Alright, looks like we're live. What's going on, everybody? There, I think that's good. Yeah, that kick or keep stream, that was a surprising outcome. I didn't expect to lose to that guy who was barely talking at all. Long time ago, I had an appendectomy and I farted out my dick after. I've heard of that. That's weird. Does that hurt? Like, kind of sounds like it hurt.
I know you hate babies, but my god, Paris Hilton's kid is a real-life Stewie Griffin. Look at this freaking dome. Must have hurt to squeeze out.
Jesus Christ, yeah, what the fuck? What the fuck? It's like fucking Megamind. Thanks for the donation, Adam. Yeah, that's bizarre. Let's see what's going on. Oh, here we go. Piers Morgan versus pro-Palestinian rapper. That sounds like a good one. Putin had a heart attack? Oh shit. Gotta look at that one. Conquer your fear of women. 3 techniques. That sounds like a good one. Male body dysmorphia. I'm interested what his take on it is.
But the key...
because I have it, and I want to see if he says anything stupid.
thing is that if you really look at the root, it's that something about the way that I judge the way that I look is unacceptable. So I feel unattractive, I feel unacceptable, I feel like I should look differently. And that's kind of the core feature of both of these buckets. Today, what I want to talk to y'all about is something that's a little bit different. I want to talk to y'all about eating disorders and body image issues. And I think that to start off with, I kind of want to dive into a little bit of like a psychiatric history. And then what we're going to sort of discover is that the way that we perceive eating disorders and body image issues is actually like quite gender specific. And I believe there are a couple.
Fergie Tom got a channel membership. Sick. He said his video is going to come out at the end of the month.
Of changes that are going on in our society right now, possibly due to things like social media, which have suggested to me that we may even have like emerging manifestations of body dysmorphia or eating disorders that are a little bit different in men. So let's start with sort of a historical perspective. So if you look at kind of like psychiatric diagnoses related to body image and the way that people look, we tend to see 2 major buckets. The first is something called eating disorder.
I didn't end up running Name the Trait, mainly because it seemed like most of them were in agreement with me, so I didn't run Name the Trait.
So these are things like anorexia nervosa, bulimia nervosa, binge eating disorder. So these are situations where, someone the same, which is both of these diseases, I think, are manifestations of a core image issue. So when they look in the mirror, there's something fundamentally that they specific. So for example, as we've learned more about eating disorders, so a lot of the research on eating disorders and diagnostic criteria essentially came out of studying women and Caucasians. And so now as we're sort of starting to see like do more culturally sensitive psychiatry, we're starting to see, for example, that eating disorders and body image issues manifest differently depending on your culture, even your sexuality. So we know that, for example, body image issues in people who are homosexual manifest differently from the way they manifest in people who are heterosexual. We know that, for example, body image issues in the Singaporean and Chinese community are different than in the Caucasian community, are different in, let's say...
Yeah, this video is kind of boring.
So one of the world's largest reaction YouTubers, Sniper Wolf, has seemingly doxed another YouTuber, Jax Films, and they weren't exactly on the greatest of terms to begin with.
We know where you live and we came to torment you.
Now, one of the unwritten rules of online flame wars is that what's said on the internet stays on the internet. But if an online adversary were to, say, move your dispute from the internet to the real world by making an unannounced visit to your home address late at night, then posted a picture of said home to millions of their followers while demanding that you two should talk, well, that's the kind of thing that might alarm a reasonable person. And perhaps a person whose home was shared with millions of people might wonder aloud if crimes have been committed in the process. And that person might reach out to say, I don't know, your favorite legal YouTuber, and that legal YouTuber might then go down the entire rabbit hole to figure out if any crimes have been committed here. And no, this is not a law school hypothetical as much as it is a description of the rapidly escalating feud between two online adversaries, Jax Films and Sniper Wolf. Now, Jax Films, a YouTuber and sketch comedian, has long been critical of fellow YouTuber and live streamer Sniper Wolf, that's Sniper with 3 capital S's, for what he describes as her stealing from other creators.
But Sniper Wolf fucks good? Nah. I can guarantee you she'd lay there like a fucking starfish. Dumb girls do not have sex good. So, nah, she'd probably just lay there like a dead fish. People think like just because somebody's pretty or something, they're good in bed. That's total bullshit.
By reposting content without permission and creating non-transformative reaction content.
A few weeks ago, I made a video about YouTuber Sniper Wolf and how she's profited off the works of thousands of other creators by reacting to them in the laziest way possible. In fact, she's gotten so predictable that Twitter user Piosaurus3 made us a bingo card out of Sniper Wolfisms, and we just kind of ran with it.
No!
Shaky cam? Oh, your boy's got shaky cam.
What's wrong with you?
Stop yelling. It's kind of unnecessary.
Got their car, their neighbor's car.
Oh, all right. Summarizing, sound effect.
That's a take on the electric Porsche.
Yes! Mr. Beast captions!
I just got this crazy feeling of deja vu. And Sniper Wolf, with over 34 million followers on YouTube and nearly 350,000 on Twitch, denies stealing content, writing on Twitter, quote, 90% of what I upload are my ideas, people copy me, and then people like you get confused. Now, as much as I would like to weigh in on whether she is stealing content or not,
usually you are on point, you don't let the propaganda destroy your soul. Why do you believe everything tranny Nazi Ukrainians say about me? I did not have a heart attack. I was disturbed in the middle of a seance with Stalin discussing strategy. How rude.
Well, thank you for clearing that up, Darth Putin. Appreciate the donation, sir.
that is not why we are here today. No, after a year of sparring online, Sniper Wolf showed up to the Los Angeles home of Jax Films and his wife and proceeded to share a photo of their residence to millions of her Instagram followers. Though she quickly deleted that post, Jax Films accused his online nemesis of doxing, stalking, and making his family feel unsafe in their own home.
But mainly, we feel violated. We no longer feel safe in our own home.
Jax Films has publicly called on YouTube to demonetize Sniper Wolf's channel for the post, which would prevent her from generating revenue on her videos. Sniper Wolf has denied any wrongdoing, arguing that Jax Films has defamed her by accusing her of doxing. Sniper Wolf also claimed that Jax Films, far from being a victim, was the one who had been harassing her by making numerous videos that accuse her of stealing content with lazy reaction videos.
This guy's entire channel is just me. Every single video for the past few months has been about me.
Sniper Wolf then suggested that she might...
She's annoying, dude.
My GF wants us live in Arizona. Am I a weenie or does that sound like ass? I wanna live where water is and food grows and not gon' get fucked by climate change. But also I never lived there. Would you? Forever drought sounds bad. Also no, dick fart didn't hurt.
So, it's gotta be over 10 years now. I had friends that lived in Arizona, and even back then, they were complaining about, like, it never raining. So, yeah, Arizona's a bad area to move to because of climate change. I wouldn't be surprised that if in the next, like, 20, 30 years, it's almost unlivable. You're going to have very little access to water. It's going to be insanely, ridiculously hot where people are actually dying, and it's a huge, like, public health issue. So, yeah, the lack of water, heat waves, and it just being kind of crappy in general. I don't really know anybody who lives there who overall likes it. So yeah, I wouldn't move to Arizona personally. The only benefit is you can get really, really cheap housing, but I don't think it's really worth it. Thanks for the donation, non-wib. Oh, dick fart didn't hurt. Okay.
Do you think you would have made the same decision Griffith made if you were in his position? Blackie.
I definitely would not. I would never do something so horrible, especially to friends of mine. Thanks for the donation. I'm so hard right now.
Might have to get a restraining order against him. So now we have two content creators who have viciously accused each other of various civil and criminal violations. So the question is, who is correct here? And since none of them run their own successful YouTube channel, I'm happy to answer this question. Now, for those of you who aren't terminally online, Jack Douglas, known professionally as Jacksfilm, is a YouTuber known for his satirical comedy videos and parodies. One of Jacksfilm's first viral videos was the W2F Blanket, a parody of the Snuggie which garnered millions of views and was featured on CNN.
Well, morons, now there's hope with the new What the F blanket. The blanket that'll ruin your sex life.
He's also the host of a pair of web series, Yesterday I Asked You, and Your Grammar Sucks. And since joining YouTube in 2006, Jacksfilms has gained over 5 million subscribers. And on the other side of the fight is Leah Shalesh, aka Sniper Wolf, a streamer and content creator. Since launching her YouTube channel in 2013, Sniper Wolf has acquired over 34 million followers on YouTube and millions more of fans across TikTok, Instagram, and Twitch. Sniper Wolf's channels feature a variety of content such as video game character, cosplays, anime, video game, live streaming, etc. And while her gaming videos earn—
Dude, just her face irritates me. I don't know how anybody watches her. It's just the most cancerous content. Like, if I found out my kids were watching Sniper Wolf, holy shit. Like, I'd rather them watch fucking pornography. I think I might, like, introduce them to Hentai Haven or something if I caught them watching Sniper Wolf, just so they watch something else.
Earned her back-to-back Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards for Favorite Gamer. Sniper Wolf is—
Nah, you did good. Got the vegan message across. His chat is just simping for the girl every time. Maybe they just don't like you, but honestly you didn't even get to speak on too many topics aside from veganism. Also, topics were that interesting this time.
Yeah, I thought they were going to talk about Ukraine, or not Ukraine, Israel-Palestine mostly. But it was just bullshit like Sniper Wolf and crap. The topics were kind of boring. Thanks for the donation though, Proud Lolicon.
is perhaps best known for making videos in which she reacts to other people's content.
Kid Boo $90. Let me see.
Most a man should spend on a first date?
I feel like if I'm gonna get ready and I'm gonna use all my products to come out with you, I need like a minimum of $200. A minimum. That's like being nice.
And what does the man get in return for that?
My presents?
What, aren't you having his presence within you already?
I hear you, but no. No. I mean, like, I'm
How
here
is
to
it
get
different?
to know you. I'm here to get to know you. You invited me out.
Like he has to drop $200.
Yeah. Because
Minimum.
Yeah.
That Vito dude was pretty fucking funny, not gonna lie. Also react to this. She is a chess Twitch streamer.
Yeah, sure. It's my meowy kitty. I'll react to that in a second. Thanks for the donation, niggas in Paris.
Just because you have to do your makeup?
Because I have to. Okay, so we're gonna do the math. My moisturizer is $400. My eye cream is $300. My serum is like another $300. My makeup, not included. So if I have to spend, that's my money. I'm spending my money on these products. I'm gonna use these products.
What are you using them for, though?
Myself. But I'm gonna use these.
Dude, this guy totally got her. She says I'm using them for myself.
Products that I'm going to show up because it's not like I'm going to show up in sweats.
The man doesn't owe you anything if you're just getting to know each other.
If you're inviting me out, you owe me a date.
What's the...
Dude, this guy fucking wrecked this entitled fucking hoe. Holy shit, that was funny. That was a good one. Like, it's just funny seeing these delusional fucking women thinking they're, like, worth $1 million. That's funny. That was a good one. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Let's see this shit. Oh my god, I fucking hate TikTok, dude. So what is this? She's a chess Twitch streamer. Okay. I don't know what I'm supposed to take from that, but thanks for the donation, dude.
Content.
That stupid idea of yours, it's never gonna take off. I won't be caught dead wearing a cheap bag like this.
Now, this epic feud finds its roots in April of 2022 following reports that Sniper Wolf and her then boyfriend had purchased a $7 million mansion in Arizona.
Jesus. $7 million mansion. Fuck you. Give me that money.
In October of 2022, Jax Films released a video entitled Sniper Wolf, announcing that he had launched a secondary YouTube channel.
Israel is such a BS country concept. A place for the Jays to go after they fuck up other countries and people get angry. It's just a place for the Jays to avoid the consequences of their actions. Kanye was based on this and you are on the wrong side.
Yeah, I don't think that's the idea behind Israel, and I don't think the Jews are to blame for anything, but thanks for the donation, Auntie.
Called Jax Films with 3 capital J's, because he was so inspired by her reaction videos imploring his audience to help me get a mansion too. In reality, this secondary YouTube channel, which states credit to the creators in the bio, is predominantly dedicated to criticizing and parodying Sniper Wolf for what Jax Films characterizes as profiting off of other creators' work through lazy reaction videos. Responding on Twitter, Sniper Wolf dismissed Jax Films' criticism, writing, "Well, I can't stand that a female YouTuber is getting..."
Why does she even care? Like, I think the fact that she's willing to, like, after being able to afford a $7 million mansion, the fact that she even reacts to this sort of criticism on Twitter just shows you what type of mental state she's in. Like, you have to be fucking crazy and delusional to care if somebody's criticizing your video content after you've made $7 million fucking dollars knowing what you know is bullshit. Like, she's just doing shitty reaction videos. Really debatable whether or not the content is transformative and fair use. It's probably not. Yeah, it's narcissism. It just, why would you care if you have that much money from your garbage YouTube content if people are criticizing you for it? It's just crazy to me.
Getting more views than me, even though I make the same content. Grr, life is hard. She then writes that, quote, no one ever attacks the male react channels and suggests people like Jax Films are envious of her success. And while Jax Films has directed a lot of criticism towards Sniper Wolf, he's also long been a vocal opponent of lazy reaction videos, famously going after now ex-YouTuber Jinx nearly a decade ago, who was famous for making lazy reaction content before it was officially lame.
Yo, Jinx, that was a dope-ass video, man. That was just hella tight. I really like the part where you played my video in its entirety and then didn't really react to it, just kind of sat there.
And more recently, Jax Film has gone after singer turned TikTok star Jason Derulo. If you've ever heard a song of his, you'd know it because he says his name.
When the guy asked you out, you probably weren't wearing any makeup. So the guy found you attractive enough in your natural state. So why do these bimbos pride themselves in wearing a bunch of paint on their face as if they're adding something?
It's all a cope, dude. It's all a fucking cope. The vast majority of women wear makeup, I would say, because they're insecure. And then when people like ask them why a man has to spend so much on a date, like, they come up with this bullshit cope. Oh, my makeup is so expensive. And then when you ask them, oh, but like, who are you wearing it for? Are you wearing it for the dude? No, I'm wearing it for myself. I'm just doing it because I like it. Like, stupid. Thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo.
Name all the time. Jason Derulo. But after a year of fighting online, the pair's feud spilled into the real world. On October 13th, Sniper Wolf posted an Instagram story asking her millions of followers, quote, should I go visit Jax Films? He lives 5 minutes away from my shoot. And in another Instagram post, Sniper Wolf posted a photo of Jax Films' Los Angeles home from the outside, imploring him, quote, "Let's talk like adults." And despite quickly deleting the post, Jax Films was shocked and alarmed to learn in the middle of a live stream that Sniper Wolf had showed up to his house late at night.
Shut up.
She's literally outside your door.
Like 5 minutes ago posted.
Wait, what?
She's literally right outside your
Oh
house.
my god!
This is happening right now. Call the police. Actually.
Wait, what?
And after the stream ended, Jax Films ripped into Sniper Wolf on Twitter, accusing her of having doxed him by posting a photo of his home on Instagram while describing the incident as creepy, gross, and violating. Quote, "What you do is disgusting, you steal content, and you stalk YouTubers." Now, if your privacy has been invaded by a YouTuber, you're gonna want a great lawyer. In my firm, the Eagle team can help. If you've been in a car crash, dealt with sexual harassment, or you need the Eagle team. The link is below. The following day, Jax Films recorded a video expressing his outrage about the previous night's events.
Last night, Sniper Wolf, a massive YouTuber, showed up outside of our home, recorded a video of our home, and then posted it to our 5.6 million Instagram followers, goading me with the line, "Let's talk like adults." In my 17 years on YouTube, I've never once had someone come to my home and vaguely threaten me.
Jack's wife, Erin, also voiced her concerns, writing that Sniper Wolf took a video of the house and alleged that she, quote, posted it on her Instagram for all to see, with the intention of trying to, quote, instigate a confrontation. Quote, "I now have to worry about what she, as one of your favored creators or one of her many fans, may do to harm me or my family." She then pleaded for YouTube to take action to help the Douglas family and, quote, keep us safe. Then firing back at Jax Films, Sniper Wolf denied wrongdoing while asserting that his videos attacking her content was tantamount to harassment. Quote, "This creep has been harassing me for months," then plays victim saying I threatened him when I just wanted to talk to him. I have
React think animals follow your stupid right violation bullshit. You're a moron. No rights in nature, you clown.
I'm not going to show that on camera. But, yeah, that would be a rights violation, jackass. Thanks for the nation, Sego.
no
Like, yeah, so apparently making videos about somebody saying they're stealing content is harassment.
ill intentions. It's so sad when people have to constantly create drama to pay bills. And Jax Films mocked Sniper Wolf's claim that she had no ill intentions. Quote, "Sniper Wolf, you showed up to our home tonight and filmed it for your 5 million plus IG followers to see. That's called doxing." After Sniper Wolf's posting of and visit to the Douglas family home, many content creators were outraged by her actions and affirmed their support for Jax Films.
Feels like the most immature, irresponsible use of power in the world.
So Jax Films has accused Sniper Wolf of doxing him, which he described on Twitter as, quote, "a literal crime." Well, in meme form. In her defense, Sniper Wolf claims that she has no idea how to dox anyone, and then suggested Jax Films could not be doxed because he had allegedly posted his address on Google. So, what is doxing, and is it a crime? Well, in general, doxing refers to the act of publishing identifying information about a third party online without a victim's permission. And colloquially, there are generally two types of doxing. One involves releasing truly private information, and the other is releasing information that is publicly available, but not widely disseminated or accessed. And while deleting the photo that Sniper Wolf took was probably the right move, the internet is forever, so the image almost certainly exists somewhere. So is doxing illegal? Well, to give everyone's favorite answer, it depends. The release of publicly available and legally obtained information is generally not a crime. In fact, doxing itself is not specifically illegal in most US jurisdictions. But if doxing is done with malicious intent to injure, individuals could be prosecuted for a variety of crimes such as stalking or harassment. And
I think Jax Films initiated a civil suit against Sniper Wolf. They're like, especially if he got lucky and there's no damages, I don't know if it's really going to go anywhere. Because if there's no damages, like if nobody swatted him or something, then it's going to be really hard to prove malicious intent. And again, if there's no damages, then like what exactly is he going to sue for?
doxing can also violate the private terms of service of other platforms like YouTube, potentially resulting in demonetization or deplatforming. But interestingly, California does have an anti-doxing law. Now, Jack's Film's home, which Sniper Wolf visited and briefly posted a video of on the internet, is located in Los Angeles. And to determine if any crimes or torts have been committed, we have to analyze the conduct under California law. In California, doxing, also known as indirect internet harassment, is illegal if it rises to the level of cyber harassment, as outlined in California Penal Code section 653.2. Someone commits cyber harassment if they, with intent to place another person in reasonable fear for his or her safety, or the safety of the other person's immediate family, by means of an electronic communication device and without consent of the other person, and for the purposes of imminently causing that other person unwanted physical contact, injury, or harassment by a third party, electronically distributes, publishes emails, hyperlinks, or makes available for downloading personal identifying information, including but not limited to a digital image of another person or an electronic message of a harassing nature about another person, which would be likely to incite or produce that unlawful action. Okay, that is a mouthful, but that's not the end of it, because personal identifying information is not really defined by that statute, but likely under the right circumstances, it could include things like posting the target's residential address, digital images of the target, phone number, information about their family, and so on. Conduct directed at a specific person that a reasonable person would consider a serious First Amendment. And the fact that they haven't received this kind of harassment, at least none that I'm aware of at the moment, after this alleged doxing, might show that it did not, in fact, rise to the level of imminent action from the people that were viewing this post. Of course, no one wants their home address to be on the internet, especially in a public forum, and especially if you necessarily mean that once it's public, the purpose of imminently causing that other person unwanted physical contact, injury, or harassment. And so far, everything that Sniper Wolf has said online about this incident seems to indicate that she didn't intend for any of this to happen. She just didn't quite understand all the ramifications of what.
Oh, that's bullshit. She just didn't understand. She didn't intend to be criticized. That's what she didn't intend. But she wanted him to get doxxed. She wanted him to get harassed. That's the whole reason she did it. She just didn't know that there'd be this much backlash against her. That's what she didn't intend.
What she was doing.
My big toe has been fucked for like 2 months. Why can't I stop kicking shit or whatever the fuck I'm doing? I think I am stupid. Cocker.
That's, too bad, I suppose. Thanks for the donation, Non-Wib. Appreciate it.
But did not intend harassment here.
I'm sorry for what you're going through.
And then on top of it, there are legitimate First Amendment considerations. Just because you post something on Instagram doesn't mean that you don't enjoy robust First Amendment protections to publicize the things that you want to publicize. So when the government makes it illegal to disseminate certain information, they run right up against the First Amendment, and it's likely that Sniper Wolf enjoys some amount of protection to make these kinds of posts. And that's why there are such strict requirements for the cyber harassment statute. Now, all that concerns the first kind of doxing, where you publicize information that is otherwise public. But there's still the kind of doxing where you publicize a private fact. Jack's Films could try to argue that the briefly posted photo of their home constitutes an invasion of privacy, and maybe in the colloquial sense, but probably not in the legal sense.
React to this.
Trump's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, has officially flipped in the election interference case that is being brought forth by special counsel Jack Smith. Now, we have some word in regard to the various times Mark Meadows spoke to special counsel Jack Smith and provided him cooperating information about Donald Trump and his role in attempting to overturn the election. Now, I want to be clear that we don't know the entirety of what Mark Meadows has told Jack Smith, but here's what we know as reported by ABC News. Mark Meadows has spoken with special counsel Jack Smith's team at least 3 times this year, including once before a federal grand jury, which came only after Smith granted Meadows immunity to testify under oath, according to sources familiar with the matter. The sources said Meadows informed Smith's team that he repeatedly told Trump in the weeks after the 2020 presidential election that the allegations of significant voting fraud coming to them were baseless. Now, clearly Mark Meadows carried.
That's funny. That's great. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Didn't I tell y'all a long time ago that they're gonna start having signs that say no coal bunnies, B-dubs allowed? I want y'all to take a look at this woman, girl, whatever she is, inside of a McDonald's and listen to how she treats the customer.
I'm not gonna shoot me. Yeah. Okay. And I'm in my daddy's whole Supreme Court. Nobody care. Fuck your daddy. Fuck your daddy. Fuck you. Fuck your daddy. Fuck your whole life. Fuck your family. Fuck all y'all. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck your mama, bitch. Fuck your baby. Shut your bitch ass. Shut your stupid ass. So you gay faggot ass bitch. Go to hell. That's why you going straight to hell. You going straight to hell. Your whole family going to hell, bitch. The fuck? Your mama going to hell, bitch. What's wrong with you? Bitch, I feel you. You gonna fight? You gonna fight? Do you want to 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 fight? I don't. I don't. Move, stop grabbing me. Stop grabbing me. Move. You're gonna make me mad. Stop. Stop. You're gonna make me mad. Stop grabbing me. Stop grabbing me. Stop grabbing me, bro. I don't. Stop grabbing me.
Well, ratchety bitches be ratchety bitches. You know what I'm saying? Thanks for the nation, Kid Boo. Hey, dude, what's up? Hello.
Alright, hey, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, nothing much, man. I love your content. I thought I was just stopping by to say, hey, what's going on? That's about it.
All right, cool. All right. Well, thanks for the support, man.
I love you, man. It's
All right.
Braxton Bryan, by the way. I love you.
All
love you,
right.
man.
Take care. All right. Let's see. Hungry Hippo donated $2. Let me take a look. I think somebody sent me this yesterday.
Okay, ready? On your marks, get set.
Why is this running like shit? What the fuck?
Okay, ready? On your marks, get set, go!
You would expect that. What the fuck?
Hold on. All right. Ready? Let's go play golf.
All right, let's do this.
Oh my God.
All right, it's gonna be a little bumpy.
It falls off, right?
Oh my God. Oh my God. It should be okay. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go up a little bit of a curve here. I want you to get hurt.
Oh! Hold it. Ah!
That guy was a jackass. He was a real turd.
If my penis was split in half before your eyes, would you please sew it back together for me? My daddy will be so proud. I love you. Kiss me. Yes. Fuck me. Harder. My pee-pee is hard now. Jesus is stroking me and mommy came to suck me. Behold, it is thy heave.
Well, of course I would sew your penis back together if I saw it split. Thanks for the donation. Fist my cat, please, Richard. Holy shit. Yeah, it looks like a nuclear explosion. Very graceful. He's actually pretty good at diving. That's funny. Yeah, he's not a bad diver. It's just that he's huge. Surprised the diving board could handle his weight. Alright, let's see. Somebody else is in the waiting room. Hey dude, what's up?
Hey, what's up? I was gonna ask, how do you go about buying
products like in an ethical way? Because doesn't like a lot of stuff indirectly support like the meat or like the industry that abuses animals? So like let's say I go to like a Walmart or my local supermarket and I only buy vegan stuff or like a bottle of water. Aren't I like isn't that unethical because I'm supporting that store that also sells meat products even though I didn't buy any meat products?
No. It's so if you buy a vegan product from a store that also sells meat, you're only creating supply and demand for the vegan products, not the animal products. So if you choose to not buy, say vegan products from a non-vegan grocery store chain, if anything, what you're going to end up doing is creating less demand for those vegan products, and they're just going to sell more animal products.
Yeah, I understand that, but wouldn't I also be helping keep in business that store that sells meat products and other stuff?
No,
Basically.
I don't see how that would be the case.
Well, you're supporting the store that sells unethical products by buying vegan products.
Well, do you
from that
think you're
store.
going to like bankrupt a grocery store because you don't you buy Beyond Burgers from an all-vegan grocery store?
No, not at all. But
Yeah, so
that wouldn't change the fact that you're still supporting that store.
So you admit boycotting won't get rid of the store. So what's the ethical issue?
Well,
you're not creating your greater demand for animal products, and you know that boycotting the store won't get rid of the animal products. So
I just see the issue as you're kind of indirectly supporting a store that sells.
Okay, do you have any evidence that you buying, say, broccoli from a non-vegan grocery store is going to somehow finance their ability to buy steak?
Well, it indirectly just gives them more money so they could just stay in business, right?
Right, but again, it's a supply and demand principle. If nobody's buying, say, red meat off a grocery store shelf, they're not going to keep buying red meat.
Yeah, sure. I wasn't trying to debate against that. I just genuinely I was thinking about it and was trying to figure out what the point of view was.
Yeah, you're not supporting any kind of supply and demand chain for animal products. You're only supporting a supply and demand chain for vegan products.
All right. Well, yeah, thanks for that. I'll still try to research more into that and try to come to a better understanding.
Okay. All right, no problem, dude. Is that all you wanted to talk about?
Yeah.
All right, take care, dude.
Cool. Yep, you too.
All right. Where were we?
In California, there is a cause of action for public disclosure of private information that requires a public disclosure of a private fact, which would be offensive and objectionable to the reasonable person, and which is not of legitimate public concern. And if Sniper Wolf had posted something truly private, they might have a claim, but I wager that the outside of your house and possibly even your address doesn't qualify as private for the purposes of a claim of invasion.
Thoughts on the bread roll situation? What's bread roll? See, I lost my debit card and I won't be able to donate for 5 to 10 days. Are you agnostic on it? I don't know what I'm supposed to be agnostic on, but kind of sucks losing your debit card.
Of privacy. And looking to one of California's most famous failed invasion of privacy suits, which also involves a photo of a celebrity's
Barbra Streisand, yeah.
Online, suggests an action would.
Well, the difference with Barbra Streisand is that she contributed to the proliferation of that photo. So, nobody would have known that was Barbra Streisand's house if she didn't make it public that was her house. So that's a bit different. Kid Beard on $8, who's right, the man or the woman? Let me see.
That many men have a problem with women that have a
higher salary bracket.
If the money you make changes your attitude towards men, it's not the fact that you make that amount of money, it's the fact that you're with that amount of money.
It's the fact, men have been conditioned so long to believe that all you have to bring to a relationship is financial. So when they don't have that, and the woman steps up and says, well,
Here, like, I'll play devil's advocate. There does seem to be unique issues with dating in the black community because I only really ever see black dudes complain about this. And there's so many black red pill channels. I don't know, like, there has to be something to that. I think there might be something unique in the black community where if the woman makes more money than the man, these black girls, like, really throw it in your face all the time. Like, oh, I make more money than you, you're lazy, why should I be the breadwinner, this and that. There might be something to that. So I'll play devil's advocate there. But, like, yeah, at the same time, there's a lot of dudes who just plain and simple, like, will say, I won't date a girl who makes more money than me, and it sounds like it's just plain and simple insecurity and not that kind of, not anything that comes along with, like, a woman making more money, you know?
finances, what else do you have? And they don't have anything else.
Thank you.
No communication. They can't talk. They can't cook. They can't clean. So really, it's because they realize that they're the in the situation. You're the in the situation, and that's the reason why you're acting like that. That's the reason why.
Well, who knows, man. I think it just depends on the relationship. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Cute gains and tellers, may you enjoy these adorable fur balls. Let me see. Oh my god.
Leo, why don't you want to use a broken pencil? Because there's no point!
That's cute. Foxes seem fucking annoying as shit. I would never want to have a fox as a pet. That's fucking weird. I like donkeys. They're usually really friendly. Oh, fennec fox. Wow. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at him go. Holy shit. Oh my god, there's two of them. Oh my god. That looks like a very silly animal.
Good morning, Monty.
Those are some weird noises, man. Well, thanks for the donation, Cute Gains. Appreciate it.
Be doomed. For example, in May of 2003, actress Barbara Streisand sued photographer Kenneth Adelman for invasion of privacy for displaying a photo of her clifftop home in Malibu on his website documenting the coastline of California. She demanded $10 million in damages and that the photographer remove the photo of her mansion immediately from his website. But a judge threw out the case in December of 2003, ruling that the photo did not invade Streisand's privacy and that the photo was protected speech concerning a matter of public interest. The judge also deemed the lawsuit an effort to silence the photographer's speech in violation of the state's anti-slap law and ordered Babs to pay his legal fees. And ironically, Streisand's efforts to remove this photo had the unintended effect of drawing more attention to it, resulting in nearly 420,000 people visiting the photographer's website to view the image. 2 years later, Mike Masnick of TechDirt dubbed the phenomenon of unintentionally bringing unwanted attention to something you'd rather suppress the Streisand effect, And now you too know the etymology of the Streisand effect. So if photos of Streisand's home being online for months did not constitute an invasion of privacy, then the very brief Instagram post of Jack's Film's home on Sniper Wolf's Instagram likely doesn't either. But that
It probably doesn't, but I think we all know, whether you can prove this in court is a different matter, but we all know she intended to cause harm. That was doxing. I think the main issue that Jack's Film would have in court is proving that she actually had ill intent. Because proving something in court is a bit different than, knowing what's actually going on. And two, unless he gets like swatted or something, he's not really going to be able to prove any damages.
That's just the law. Despite what you might have heard on the internet, YouTube is not the government, and it is not bound by the First Amendment. It is a private party, and it can generally set whatever terms it wants. So even if Sniper Wolf's post didn't rise to the level of criminal activity, the mere act of doxing the Douglas home, even if the post was later deleted, arguably violated YouTube's terms of service and could lead to Sniper Wolf to be deplatformed and or demonetized. YouTube.
Can you give me an update on your stance of white people using the N-word? I have two things to say about that. As long as it's not used in a racist context, I don't think there's anything wrong with using the N-word. So if it's used colloquially to be used as an endearing term, if it's used in an educational context, or if it's used with no context whatsoever, I think it's fine for white people to say the N-word. Two, I fucking love it when pretty girls call me the N-word. That fucking gets my dick so hard. So yeah, I love it when fucking pretty girls, like when they're sucking my cock or something, they call me the N-word. It's great. I love it. So that's my updated stance on white people using the N-word. Yeah, what's up? Your microphone is muted, sir.
Hey, I just wanted to help out the other guy who was asking about the supply and demand thing.
Yeah, sure.
And I had the same confusion. And you're probably familiar with the study. It's called, I think, Against Inefficiency Objections, the real economic impact of individual consumer choice on animal agriculture. Like, Avi has it in his Discord.
Okay.
And it basically explains everything. So if the guy's still listening, I had the same confusion like a year ago when I was started. So just read this paper, and it, like, you probably know it. It's by Steve McMullen.
Okay, cool. I haven't actually read the paper, so I'll go into his Discord and take a look.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, take care.
Okay, thanks. Take care. All right, cool.
Terms of service prohibit what it describes as, quote, harmful behavior acted. They stated on Twitter, confirming Sniper and communicate respectfully.
All right, so he thinks Jack's Film doesn't really have any kind of legal case. Probably not. Yeah, it's probably going to end up being just a nothing burger for pretty much everybody involved. All right.
Let me tell you a story. I'm 50.
Welcome. It's gonna react to something. Putin had a hard time.
Back defenders, Jake here. Judging by this graphic, it looks like it was another bad day for the Russians in.
Oh wait, where is it? There was a Pierce Morgan debate.
Facebook
Yeah.
Uncensored, live from New York City.
Pierce Morgan versus pro-Palestinian rapper Low-Key.
Well, British Iraqi rapper and pro-Palestine activist Kareem Dennis, better known as Low-Key, has been a part.
This is probably going to be bad. British rapper, oh boy.
Nibber, you get no girls on your dick other than Jasmine.
Yep, but Jasmine does it for me. So thanks for the donation, though, Joey Carbstrong.
Powerful and influential.
Huh? Oh, people are saying I don't get any girls other than Jasmine, and I'm basically saying you're more than adequate for me.
Pro-Palestinian
I want to sniff your butt.
voice before and during this conflict. The official version of his track Terrorist was taken off YouTube after the Hamas attacks on October the 7th, 14 years after its initial release. He's been highly critical of what he says is media bias and accused me of taking a pro-Israel slant on this show. Well, I'm joined now by Loki, who's at our London studio. Loki.
Forgot to mention last time about 14th gen, they decided to do refresh instead of Meteor Lake, which wasn't ready for desktop. 15th gen arriving Q3 2024 will have big generational leap and on a new node. Nvidia doing 40 super refresh in 2024, 50 early 2025.
What's this meowing?
Yeah, I figured they would take a long ass time to bring out the 50 series because of how expensive the 40 series is. And I think there's even 30 series cards that they still have to get rid of, so not surprising. The 14th gen thing is a massive fucking meme. I don't even know why they bothered well, I guess I know why, but like it's stupid. They literally made no change. It's the exact same thing as the 13th gen. But yeah, I will anticipate the 15th gen if it's much better than 13th. Hopefully the 50 series cards are like a fair bit better than the 40 series cards and not like ridiculously insanely expensive. I think with the 50 series cards, as long as they get over like a 25% like performance increase, but they're cheaper, I think I'll be happy. Thanks for the nation, though, Proud Lolicon.
Thank you very, very much indeed for joining me. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me, Pierce.
I mean, on the issue of whether I'm pro-Israel, I don't have a horse in this race or this war. I try and be balanced. I try and have all kinds of views. I think we've had more pro-Palestinian people on this show in the last 2 weeks than any other news show in the world, and they've been getting huge audiences. So I would take issue with that charge that somehow I'm slanted one way or another. I think this whole thing is a complete tragedy. I know that you've been committed to the plight of the Palestinians for a long time, going back at least 15 years from what I can see in terms of you traveling to Gaza. What was your reaction when you first heard about these attacks on October the 7th?
Well, let's be clear. Reading the testimony of survivors of October 7th from Kibbutz Be'eri, like Yasmin Porat, was extremely harrowing. What she alleges is not only that her husband was killed in the initial takeover, but also she then says that the Israeli military tanks fired on the room where the hostages were, killing 12 Israeli civilian captives. We have also seen fantastic work in the Haaretz newspaper by Amos Harel, where he speaks at length about Brigadier General Rosenfeld, who was in charge of the Haaretz crossing. Now, when this military base was taken over, what he says, Amos Harel in Haaretz, the well-known Israeli newspaper, he says that Rosenfeld, when he realized that the base was overtaken, called in an airstrike. This is in Haaretz. These are not my words. These are the words of Amos Harel. What we then saw is since October the 7th, 22 Israeli civilian detainees killed in Gaza by Israeli airstrikes. The Israeli...
That's unavoidable. Like, again, I don't know why he would assume, like, if there was some other form of ground invasion, the hostages would be any safer. Like there's a reason why they're using airstrikes. The projected casualties are not any lower.
Military has something called the Hannibal Directive. The Hannibal Directive was developed in Lebanon in the 80s by the Israelis with the clear understanding that they do not want the other side to take hostages. So, for example, you have the case of Hada Golding in 2014, what Israel called Operation Protective Edge, which killed over 2,200 Palestinians. But when this Israeli soldier was taken captive by the Palestinians, Israel then proceeded to kill everyone, including the civilians in the area around where he was kept and the soldier himself. So what Israel...
What is the alternative? Like, okay, you can either have a policy where you promote this hostage taking, where they negotiate with hostage takers, and you just have more hostages being taken. Or, yeah, you could have this policy where we don't negotiate with hostage takers. That prevents that practice in the future. And I don't even understand why he would think there would be fewer projected casualties. Like, the demands that Hamas makes are fucking ridiculous. So you rarely can even negotiate with them. And even...
Being swole is the most important thing in life. Eat whatever you want as long as it is in your macros. Make sure to do all anabolic steroids. Live large. Die large. Leave a giant coffin. Also new John Bravo.
Okay, cool.
I tried almond butter for the first time recently. That beats the crap out of peanut butter. What a treasure.
I find almond butter is nice, but I can't have it as often as peanut butter. Like, peanut butter is something that always tastes good. Almond butter, like, you get sick of it way quicker. So, yeah, almond butter is great, but I just get sick of it a lot faster. Thanks for the donation, Yeet. Okay, we'll watch this next. That looks interesting. Thanks for that donation, steroid user. So yeah, if you have to forcefully take hostages back, like, can he provide any evidence that some other means of forcefully taking back hostages would lead to fewer deaths, or at least there's a reasonable assumption that there'd be fewer projected deaths?
Israel has, unfortunately, is a policy of killing captives. If you look at the case of Gilad Shalit, this was an Israeli soldier.
So, the takeaway here is this guy is admitting that they're keeping military targets around civilian areas, so they're using human shields. You want to bet this guy's going to deny the human shield thing, even though he just acknowledged it?
Allow me to finish. Allow me to finish.
Well, yeah,
and don't
you can't
interrupt
just
me.
keep talking. You can't keep talking.
No, I have one last point to make, and I hope that
All right.
you'll allow me to make it. In the case of Gilad Shalit, what happened was one Israeli soldier led to 1,000 Palestinian prisoners being released. There is a clear understanding within the Israeli military and political elite that they do not want people to be kidnapped. So therefore, they unfortunately, as history has shown us, and as the directive within the Israeli military shows, they take action to kill their own captives.
I'm pretty sure the Mexican government has the same policy against hostages that are taken by the cartel. They don't negotiate. So, this isn't anything unique to Israel. There are other governments that do not negotiate with hostage takers. In South America in general, they have that policy.
Captives that have been taken by the other side.
Right, let me respond to you. You tweeted on October the 7th, the arrogance to believe you could keep 2 million trapped in an open-air prison indefinitely, ... That appears to have been your only...
Oh, what a surprise! This guy is a pro-Hamas, pro-terrorist wacko.
...comment about what happened. So, just for the record, do you condemn what Hamas did that day?
I condemn the genocidal conditions which have created this...
Genocidal conditions. Okay, dick fuck. Let's see. The population of Gaza has exploded from like 1 million to 2 million in only a few years. Please, like, can you show me any other genocide in history where the population of the genocided group has doubled in only a few years? Not a very successful genocide. Israel could genocide all of Palestine within minutes if they really wanted to. Like, the idea that it's a genocidal is fucking retarded.
Supposedly the UN says a little over 5,000 have been killed by Israel in Gaza by now. They also say that Israel has launched 6,000 plus strikes on Gaza with air/artillery. That ratio is ass nigger. It's making my stormtrooper-ass trench meat look competent.
I don't know why you would think you have to make a proportionate response. Like, again, if Israel wanted to eliminate Hamas, are they supposed to let more Israel citizens die so that things are proportionate? So the proportionality argument is fucking retarded. Thanks for that donation, Darth Putin. Yeah, so this fucking jackass won't condemn Hamas. He's a terrorist supporter. He calls them freedom fighters when they're anything but freedom fighters. I knew it. This guy's just a fucking whack job.
My uncle was a business owner in the 1900s. He had multiple real estate and warehouses. I wonder how is that even possible? Especially today when you can't even buy a house. How would you try to replicate this behavior best?
I don't know. I've never ran a business like that. I don't know why you're asking me. Thanks for that donation, Anonymous.
Violence. Every heartbeat, every human heartbeat is sacred to me. And that is what has compelled me to work as I have for the last 15 years to save lives, and stop people dying. Piers.
But that wasn't my question.
No, we do not have a clear picture of what happened on October 7th because unfortunately,
he won't condemn Hamas because he loves terrorists. He loves Hamas and he wants to have them kill more Jews.
Too much of the media has relied on the Israeli military talking points which are given directly to them. Until
Oh, here we go. He's gonna fucking deny the hospital bombing too. Oh, we can't trust Israel. But we can trust Hamas, apparently. Hamas is trustworthy.
Until neutral observers are able to establish the facts of October 7th, I will not allow the talking points of the Israeli military.
So he is denying the October 7th attack. This is probably the craziest position I've seen yet. He won't even accept the fact that the October 7th attack happened.
To become dominant of what happened on that day.
You are
Palestinians are subject to a genocidal war, collective punishment in Gaza.
Here we go, collective punishment. Yeah, we've heard that talking point before.
Is real.
Let me respond. You are the only pro-Palestinian person I've had on the show in 2 weeks who has tried to make out that this just didn't happen on October the 7th, or somehow
you are
was perpetrated by
You are
Israelis.
misrepresenting what I am saying.
Well, I've got 2 questions. They're very straightforward. Do you believe that 1,500 people were slaughtered, including 260 people at a music festival? You're a musician. And secondly, do you condemn the people who did it? They're not difficult
Piers,
questions.
I would like to quote something that you just said.
Here we go. Yeah, this guy's a Holocaust denier. Piers should ask him if he thinks the Holocaust happened. I can guarantee you this guy will say, well, let me talk about something else, try to deflect, not answer, and then when you finally, after like 20 minutes of asking him over and over again, he's probably going to have some revisionist take. This guy is a sick fuck.
To the former spokesperson for the IDF, this was your exact sentence not long ago. You said, it's difficult to tell between combatants and non-combatants. So the implication of what you said was
What?
The proportion of missiles used to deaths in Gaza is laughable. They have the kid's glove on, nigger. 6,000 plus strikes and only a little over 5k dead means a lot of those strikes don't cause any deaths. Compare that to a potential ground invasion.
Well, yeah, I know. What's hilarious is you have Cenk Uygur saying, oh, well, they should have just brought in special forces and done a ground invasion. There are more projected deaths with a ground invasion. Like, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like, the idea that Israel has an interest in causing as many fucking casualties as possible, really? With 6,000 air and artillery strikes, and they can only kill 5,000 people, they clearly do not have an interest in causing as many deaths as possible. It's so stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Darth Putin. Appreciate it. I lost my train of thought.
The implication of what you said was somehow it was understandable that Israel has killed a Palestinian child every 15 minutes in Gaza.
I didn't say that.
For the last, but somehow they couldn't tell that those children were not combatants.
Oh, I see what he's saying. Okay. their airstrikes, you fucking retard. Like, and Hamas is deliberately using them as human shields.
According to you.
No, I didn't
It's
say that.
understandable.
And I didn't say that, and I have said that it is absolutely appalling, the number of children who are dying in Gaza. It's appalling, and it will get...
Yeah, and again, why aren't we blaming Hamas for these casualties? Because Hamas is using them as human shields.
worse. I make no bones about that at all.
And I have to say,
but you have to start. You have to start surely from a humanity point of view. I can absolutely express my horror at the deaths of Palestinian innocent civilians, as I have done many times over the years. I think it's horrifying. And I think this is why I have a serious problem with the proposed ground invasion, because I think it will create unbelievably large numbers of civilian casualties, and I'm not sure that the strategy will work. But I'm just curious why you, who is... I know you care about people. I know you care passionately about the Palestinian civilians, but you're the only pro-Palestine voice I've had who's even tried to suggest that what Hamas did on October the 7th was not as bad as we think. So is that what you think?
What do you think? But what do we think, Piers? The information...
This isn't even coming from the IDF alone. Like, again, Israel's a democratic society. They have, like, many independent news outlets. And you also have coverage from news outlets here, like CNN, MSNBC, Fox News. Like, literally everyone has covered this. This guy is a Holocaust denier. There's no way he could have this level of skepticism with something that's been so widely covered so recently, where there's fucking video footage of it. You can see Hamas has uploaded this shit to the internet where you can see them fucking murdering children, and then he's denying this fucking happened. Like, this guy is a Holocaust denier. Pierce isn't even asking the right questions. He should ask this guy, do you even believe the Holocaust happened? This guy would say no. I can guarantee you this guy's a revisionist.
Is not clear. As I've said to you,
it is
all
clear.
human life
It is clear. Hamas
sacred.
haven't even tried to hide
it's
it.
sacred.
But
I'm
look,
not trying to hide anything.
So let me get this straight. This guy won't accept news that has come out from hundreds of independent media outlets from democratic societies, but he will accept news from extremely biased sources, including directly from Hamas, and Hamas-controlled news stations like Al Jazeera. That's credible, but any source coming from the mainstream media in democratic countries is not trustworthy, even when there's video footage. Holy crap, this guy's a fucking wacko. He should be canceled.
You're trying to hide something.
No, with
Mm-hmm.
respect, you are definitely trying to dissemble here, and I'll explain why. I've given you an opportunity to simply say whether you condemn what Hamas did, which, by the way, they have brazenly boasted about. They posted videos.
Yeah, they've posted videos and bragged about it. Like, how can he deny this? Like, this guy's this guy is a Hamas supporter. He's not somebody who's just sympathetic and like one of these cringe fucking lefties who's like, oh, I support Hamas because they're freedom fighters, and this is like what oppressed people do. No, he's probably a jihadist who supports fucking Hamas. This guy's a sick fuck. Let's see. Kid Boo donated $2, admits to cheating, blames the man.
Cheat on somebody and they don't even react, or you know you can get away with it, it's easier to do it. I was in a relationship where I know the person knew I was cheating on them and they didn't do anything about it, which did two things. One, it made it easier to do, and two, it made me wonder, then why are you even with me? Right. Are you with me for the right reasons? You let me do what I'm doing, so why are you even with me? When you...
The fuck, dude? Okay, she's a crazy bitch. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
One of my friends has a dump removal business. This is where you leave a box at a house while people from homes throw crap into it. How do you think someone has a business like this? Thanks, VG.
Ask them. I don't know. Ask them. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Hey, what's up, dude?
Bro, bro. How you
Hey.
doing? Heard you wanted to debate about theism?
I could.
All right, bro. So what's your position on it?
I'm atheist. I don't believe in a god.
Have you ever believed in a god any time before in your life?
Not really. Like I believed in a god like when I was a kid, the same way a kid would believe in Santa Claus.
Okay, I see. So really, my premise is I believe in the first cause, right? Have you ever heard of first cause?
Right. Okay. I'm familiar with that argument.
Yeah. Do you have anything to do? Any like arguments against that argument? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so if we're going to accept the idea that time is finite in some way, where it has to have a beginning, which it doesn't even necessarily have to have.
Well, I mean,
The
everything has a
first,
beginning. Wait, let me not cut you off.
no,
Go ahead.
like there doesn't have to be a beginning to anything. You could have an infinite regression. It's logically possible. And secondly, why, like, that doesn't prove a god. Like, the first cause could be some special kind of particle.
How can it be a particle, bro? How can a particle create everything? I don't understand that.
Well, I mean, you can have, like, you can just look at how energy is, like, turns into matter when, like, the universe was first expanding. Like, the first elements to be created were hydrogen and helium. You could have some special kind of particle or matter that could create other matter. Like there's plenty of different other explanations. It doesn't prove a god. Like that you like it could be a chicken. Like a chicken created the universe somehow. I don't know how that leads to a god.
So what you're saying is you believe something created everything.
No,
Is
not
that what you're
necessarily.
But I don't. Then what do you believe it was? Like I'm not understanding.
Well, I'm agnostic. I don't know what, like, how creation, if anything was created. I don't know if it was an infinite regression. I don't know if everything's always been here. I'm agnostic, but so far the best theory for the creation of the universe is the Big Bang Theory. I don't know how that came to be, but that's the best theory right now.
But the Big Bang Theory doesn't contradict with a god, so.
Yeah, I know, it doesn't contradict with the idea of a god, but there's no evidence for God's existence, so why would I believe in that?
I mean, for example, let's go to the morality. Where do you derive your morality from?
My own set of preferences.
So whatever you believe, you think is true, like from your own self, right?
Yeah.
But you're vegan gains though. Like, don't you think that everyone should be vegan?
Yeah.
Then it's not objective. Then if it only comes from you, do you see yourself? As
Okay,
a god
wait. So you think morality is objective because it comes from God?
Yeah.
Do you know what objective means?
Like he's a standard. Like it comes from him. Like it's
no, that's not what objective means. Objective means it is independent of a mind. So how could morality be objective when it's coming from God's mind?
And I don't know. I never heard of that definition, but my definition is it's like standard and it can never be changed. You know.
How the hell? Like you can just look at the etymological context of the word objective. The prefix being object. That means that there is no mind and it's an object. Subjective, subject is the prefix. That means there is a subject, a mind. So objective means mind independent. Where did you get this idea that objective means it comes from God? That's not the definition of objective.
No, not like that, bro. Like it means like it will never change. It's always gonna be the same, you know. That's where I got it from. That always stands. That's what I'm saying.
What do you mean it always stands? I don't even understand that. Like you have different you have different moral principles than any other person. So like, how the hell does that work?
Yeah, but we all have our innate disposition. Like everyone agrees, murder is bad.
And if God exists, he has his own position. What is it? How does that make his belief subjective?
Well, he put his position on me, bro. That's what I'm saying. He put everyone's.
Okay, well, that's just his opinion. How does that make it objective?
Because he's a creator of everything, of course. Like
That
he's
doesn't
gonna
make
be
it objective. How does that make it objective?
But not using your definition where it's like independent of thought. I'm talking about his
Then you're talking
own.
about a completely different topic.
What do you mean?
You said morality is objective if it comes from God. You haven't made an argument in favor of that. So if you're saying that you're not talking about objectivity, you're talking about something else, then that's a completely different topic.
But bro, do you not see how I'm using it though? I'm using it as how this is placed upon everyone to know, like our innate disposition.
What do you mean innate disposition? There are people who are born psychopaths who don't have empathy for other people. There are people who are highly empathetic. There are people who have completely different moral views. There are people who are utilitarians. There are people who are consequentialists. So what do you mean innate disposition? Everybody has their own. Everybody has their own sense of morality.
Bro, if
there is no innate disposition.
If you ask like the average Joe, hey, is murder bad? Are they going to be, well, I have to think about this for a couple minutes?
That's not okay. No. That you're talking about. So that's not universal across human beings. There are many people who think murder's okay. Like Hamas, for instance, who we're talking about right now. There's plenty of Muslim terrorist organizations that want to kill non-believers and apostates. So that's bullshit.
Bro, what are you talking about? First of all, Hamas obviously murdering innocent people is wrong. What are you?
You just said there are innate moral values that we're born with. Clearly, there aren't.
Bro, you're using like 1% of the population as proof. Of course, they have some sort of problem with
you literally just said we're all born with the same unique, innate moral principles. Clearly, we're not.
Dude, just because someone has some sort of issue with their mind doesn't mean anything. You
just said we're born with innate moral principles. So you're saying God designed some people so that they don't have these innate moral principles?
Well, it has to do with how they're like, but it has something to do with biology. I'm not sure how it works, bro. But some people are just
so you admit that we're not born with all the same innate moral principles?
I would say the majority of people are, though.
Okay, so you just admitted you're wrong. You changed your position, and we're not all born with the same innate moral principles.
I mean, I feel like deep down inside us, we know what we're doing is wrong, but they don't care, though. They just don't care to acknowledge it.
Well, sorry, you're talking about people who are willing to blow themselves up with a bomb so that they can go to heaven. That sounds like they're pretty goddamn sure of themselves.
What are you talking about? Why are you randomly talking about terrorists? I don't know what you're referring to.
You're saying deep down they know they're wrong. Okay, well, they're so sure of themselves that they're willing to blow themselves up and commit martyrdom so they can go to heaven. So that sounds like they have a pretty high degree of certainty that they're right and they believe in what they're saying.
Yeah, but those people obviously they're committing murder. They're just bombing innocent people.
Right.
Nothing.
Right. So again, you admitted that there's no innate moral principles that we're all born with.
But they're deviants. They don't know what they're doing.
Great. So the claim you made. So you made two claims. The one claim was that morality is objective. You weren't able to provide any proof for that. The second claim you made was that God made us with all the same innate moral principles, and now you admit that's not true. So what else do you want to talk about? You literally just backtracked on both the claims you made.
How did I backtrack on my last claim?
You claimed that we were all born with the same innate moral principles, and then you admitted that we're not.
As in, some people may not think that's wrong, but they still, like, deep down inside them, obviously know certain things are wrong, like stealing or lying.
No.
Like, these are all things we know.
No.
But who thinks stealing is okay? Who would say stealing is okay?
Ask thieves. There's plenty of people who have stolen and feel like they've done nothing wrong. You can see documentaries about people who've scammed casinos, and then when they're asked, do you think you did anything wrong? No. There's plenty of thieves that were caught counterfeiting money, and they were proud of it, and they didn't regret anything they fucking did. So there's plenty of people who've stolen and didn't think they did anything wrong.
That they didn't think they did a harm to society. How if they're literally doing a harm to society?
They may think they're doing harm to society, but they might not care.
Yeah, but simply not caring isn't the same as knowing it's bad. They know it's bad, but they don't care though. That's the issue.
No, they might not recognize it as a bad thing.
Bro, my mind can't comprehend that. How can people not recognize stealing is bad? I don't understand that.
Well, ask psychopaths who do this sort of shit.
Well, I never met one, so it would be kind of hard. Unless you can be the psychopath plug. I don't know. I'd have to talk to one.
Talk to the fucking Muslim terrorists. They're all over the place online.
Where, bro? I've never met someone that's pro-terrorism.
Just hang out in Muhammad Hijab's like Discord or something, or in his community, or any of the other Muslim extremists on YouTube. Ali Dawa is another one. You're gonna find crazy wacko Muslim extremists pretty quickly. You're gonna find them. He has blatantly admitted that he wants to murder apostates on his YouTube channel.
That's literally he single-handedly wants to murder all apostates.
He said he wants to murder apostates. He said that blatantly on his YouTube channel.
I would have to see, but there is a law of apostasy where you're allowed to be killed. That is true. But I'm not sure about him single-handedly killing all apostates.
Well, I don't think he assumes that he can single-handedly kill apostates, but he wants apostates to be murdered.
I mean, yeah, that's the ruling. I don't see what's wrong with it.
Oh, so you don't see anything wrong with murdering people who believe something different than you do? Well, and then you're trying to tell me that God, an all-perfect God told you this.
Well, they're apostates. If they only ask questions, their questions would be answered.
Right, you're proving my point. So Islam's retarded, you're pro-murder.
How am I pro-murder?
You just said you're in favor of murdering apostates, so you're pro-murder.
That's a capital punishment, though. It's not.
Yeah, that's murder.
Who says? Who dictates it?
What do you mean? Who dictates it? Like, if you're gonna say it's not, if you're gonna say that's not murder, then I guess by your own definition of murder, that's not murder. But by my definition of murder, it's murder.
And someone else's definition would be murder, right? And
okay, weird. It's almost as if we're born with different values.
That's because you guys are born. So your parents tell you what to believe, and you believe that. But if your natural disposition led you would have a different conclusion.
If my natural disposition led me, you're saying I'd be in favor of murdering people for no other fucking reason than their spiritual beliefs.
Listen, bro, you learn how to be vegan.
Sorry. You're saying if I had no socialization with religion, I'd have a natural disposition to murder non-Muslims?
No, bro, that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about in general, obviously.
You're saying in general, I just want to murder people.
Bro, no, that's learned by Sharia law, so that's obviously learned. I'm talking about how people who are born in different societies would say it's murder. It's not murder. It's not really.
So then you acknowledge that we're not born with all the same innate moral values.
Based on what your parents teach you, it's depending on what the society or your parents.
So then you admit we're not born with innate values.
You are born, but yet you're taught what to know or what to believe in.
You're making contradictory claims. Are you born with innate values or not?
Yeah, you are, but
although we disagree fundamentally on different things somehow.
Yeah, because your parents teach you different things. Their minds get corrupted and teach you.
All right, well, I wasn't raised by like literal fucking animals that taught me to fucking murder people who don't believe the same stupid fairy tale creatures that I believe.
How's that bad though? How is that objectively bad though?
Oh, geez, how is it objectively bad? Well, it's not objectively bad. You can be a piece of shit if you want. I can't prove with that in a mind-dependent manner it's bad. But from my own fucking moral beliefs, it is wrong to murder people because they don't believe in the same fairy tale creature you believe in.
So in your atheistic moral beliefs, it's wrong. And what happens if we ask another atheist? What do they have to say?
I think you'd have a hard time finding an atheist who's in favor of killing people based on whether or not they believe or not believe in a particular fairy tale creature.
I don't know. Maybe one of them will be agnostic to the idea. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how you guys are. You guys always say you don't know nothing.
Yeah, well, you know what? I think I'm done with the conversation. Why don't you go tell some people that your religion is peaceful, but you want to murder them? So have fun with that. Fucking dumbass. Yeah, religion of peace strikes again. We're all born with innate moral values. How do atheists get their morals? Oh yeah, I want to murder people who don't believe the same thing I believe in. I follow the religion of peace. Fucking geniuses.
Celebrating what they did. There is no doubt about what Hamas did. They want you to know what they did. They want me to know that. They want the world to know. They killed Jewish people in the main and in Israel with impunity. 260 people at a music festival. Babies, grandmothers. They kidnapped 200 people. God knows what's happened to them. Now,
Yo, I made you a song. Please have a listen.
The vegan gains, mofos. Go vegan. That's right. Here we go. Here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's go. Vegan gains. King of the vegans. Crush you in debate. Save your fate in a plate. Bomb logic in your face. Eat meat and you're a disgrace. Eat veggies, it ain't hard to see. Go ahead, keep talking here, listen to your fallacies. Vegan gains. Sit down and take your place. Talk back and he give you a taste, cause animals deserve no hate. Yeah. That's right. It's vegan gains. Go vegans, motherfuckers. You heard it here. Yeah.
Excellent song. Thanks for making that for me. Appreciate the donation, Scare Theater.
you can shake your head, but what you can't do is deny that that happened, because
That guy was suffering from low IQ from all the religious brain rot he's been fed.
Oh, yeah. You're fucking telling me, dude. That is some low IQ brainworm fucking shit. Thanks for that donation, Wizardly Rhino.
because Hamas have admitted it brazenly and with
And
great,
I have
great
publicly
pride.
stated,
And
so
secondly, if they've admitted it, do you condemn what they did?
I absolutely mourn the loss of all human life in this conflict.
Again, this guy's a Hamas terrorist supporter. He wants them to kill Jews. He just can't say that publicly because he knew he'd get canceled. So this guy is a Muslim extremist. He's a jihadist. He wants Muslims to kill Jews.
And I have struggled for 15 years of my life in a way that appears, to be honest, you haven't. Okay, and I take you as an empathetic person with a high level of emotional intelligence. Okay, I have struggled for 15 years of my life to stop the killing, for a ceasefire now, to stop deaths. But I have to say, Piers, that actually this line of questioning.
My sister's husband is actually a nice man. I met him last Christmas. Anyways, he is a plumber in Pennsylvania. He opened his own business pretty quick. He's hard to reach though due to the storms in PA. Anyways, how do you start a plumbing business?
I don't know. Ask him. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Unfortunately, on a personal level, is somewhat hypocritical, and I'll explain why. On April 18th, 2022, you said the exact phrase that you feel like Nelson Mandela walking out of prison on the long road to freedom of speech. Today, there is a statue for Nelson Mandela outside Parliament. Now, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, Beit Salim, and even the Harvard Law School have said that Israel practices apartheid against the Palestinian people.
It's funny you mentioned Amnesty International. If you go to Amnesty International's website, they haven't outright condemned the fact that Hamas uses human shields, which I think is disgusting. They absolutely do, and they admit to this publicly. But they do admit that Hamas deliberately installs rockets and other military equipment and personnel in residential areas. So if that's not evidence that they deliberately use human shields, I don't know what is. So that is an indirect admission from Amnesty International that they use human shields.
Do you know what the ANC struggle against apartheid entailed? Are you aware that the ANC are believed to have very unfortunately, horrifically, and terribly taken the life lives of children and civilians.
Don't think that spam worked, but thanks for the donation, Lionheart.
A Big Lenny channel is coming.
Sure he is. Thanks for that donation, Paul Revere.
In their struggle against apartheid. So, Piers, you seem absolutely content.
So calling it an apartheid is a misnomer?
A Big Lenny channel, 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 a Big Lenny cha.
Well, that's good. Thanks for the donation to Big Lenny channel. Ben donated $2. Most intense cop criminal chase video I've ever seen. You didn't link me anything, but thanks for that donation, Ben. If you link it, we can watch it.
Hi VG. I hope that you are doing great tonight. Did you see and hear that former Trump Attorney General Ellis plead guilty in the election interference case in GA? Also, how can I be a Discord member?
So, the link is in the description. If you want to jump in the waiting room and chat, you can. Thanks for the donation, though, Bendover, and I think I did hear about this.
This is an elite strike force team that is working on behalf of the president and the campaign to make sure that our Constitution is protected. We are a nation of rules. All of your fake news headlines are dancing around the merits of this case and are trying to delegitimize what we are doing here.
What is the point of all this?
Well, the point of this, of course, is to get to fair and accurate results because the election was stolen and President Trump won by a landslide. We know already that the election results in at least 5 of the swing states were irredeemably compromised. So we already have sufficient evidence for these states to decertify their electoral results. Your question is fundamentally flawed when you're asking where is the evidence. You clearly don't understand the legal process. What we have asked for in the court is to not have the certification of false results.
What I did not do, but should have done, Your Honor, was to make sure that the facts the other lawyers alleged to be true were in fact true. In the frenetic pace of attempting to raise challenges to the election in several states, including Georgia, I failed to do my due diligence. I believe in and I value election integrity. If I knew then what I know now, I would have declined to represent Donald Trump in these post-election challenges.
This is an elite.
When the hammer of law comes down on them, yeah, they change their tune pretty fucking quick. Thanks for that donation, though, Bendover. Bendover donated another $2. Minnesota Walmart shooter got released and then did it again. What the fuck? We gotta take a look at that. Well, thank you for that, Cortez. Excellent spam. Appreciate the donation. Vladimir donated $3. Yeah, that's Big Lenny. I'm not watching this, but thanks for the donation, Vladimir. Let's see. Vegan trees and $2. Nice little vegan wraps for you. Let me see.
Vegan cheese, you got that vegan cheese. Pockets full of guacamole, you can see the green. Vegan cheese.
All right.
I
I am the vegan master, everybody. Take your seat, because it's time for us to learn today why we do not eat meat. It's simple if you really think about what you should do. If you're a chicken, tell me please, what would you cock-a-doodle do? If someone was trying to eat you, would you try to fly away? Or maybe you're a cow and have to have your udders yanked. Vegan master, thanks for saving us from disaster, booty slapping. Vegan master, you a big pimp, you ain't a cracker. Vegan master, thanks to you we're learning faster. Vegan master, you a big pimp, you ain't a cracker. Or maybe you're a piglet and you really love your mom until she gets her head chopped off, like, can't you see that's wrong? Vegan master, thanks to you we're learning faster. Vegan master, thanks for saving us from disaster.
Thick rhymes. She's pretty cute too.
Instead of using violence, we use our brains to break the silence and make a change. We use a voice to be activists. We made a choice to be compassionate. We do it for the animals dependent on ourselves, because a healthy way is how we have to live. Come on.
Not bad.
Boy, stop saying eating animals is a personal choice. You see what the fuck is going on in the world, locked inside cause you be eating bats, and makes me wanna hurl. Every bad thing that's happened to humanity is cause you torture animals, make them suffer and bleed. When there's alternatives to every single type of meat, but you say, oh no, I can do that, then my friends wouldn't like me. What a load of horseshit, so you go and eat that too. Your red meat from McDonald's tastes like a burnt up shoe, and yet
Somebody just told me about Cole Hastings. Is he vegan? I didn't know that. Oh, sub. Well, thanks for the nation, Vegan Trees.
No worries. Everyone lived.
No.
Islamophobia is natural.
Yeah, apparently. Especially when they believe in killing apostates. Thanks for that donation, Cam.
Oh,
That's pretty good. Dude, whales are fucking awesome. Thanks for that, Hamza's tiny peepee.
One suspect, with an extensive and violent criminal history, shoots at police in Minnesota, only to get released, steal a cop car, and start shooting at police all over again.
I've lost my radio.
Around noon on March 16th,
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have released him. He seems like he belongs in jail.
2020, officers were called to a Walmart in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota, to investigate some potential shoplifting, along with the purchase of a suspicious amount of ammo. From the surveillance footage, the suspect in question can be seen paying cash for an item in the electronics section of the store. However, it is worth noting that this individual has a criminal history of counterfeiting. In fact, at the time this video was recorded, he had just served a several-year-long sentence for counterfeiting. He was also charged with the illegal possession of a firearm, and for possessing at least 6 grams of cocaine, heroin, and/or meth. After filling up his cart past the brim, the suspect walks himself to the self-checkout lane. Here, suspected accomplices can be seen. When the suspect walks out the door to leave, he is confronted by police, and the following...
I know, right? Trump supporters are flip-floppers when the gavel comes crashing down, lol. Also, I know that I can hop into Discord to chat, but I was wondering if I needed to pay to join your Discord. Like, do I need to pay the fee on Patreon, or is it free to join?
There's a public Discord and there's a Patreon Discord, the one in the link.
Cole Hastings is a fan too.
Okay, cool.
So full day of eating, and this is how a healthy mother
is really bland. I mean, blocks of tofu that he...
Okay, cool. Didn't know that. Yeah, I'll check out his shit. Thanks for that donation, Big Body Burgess. Yeah, so there's a public Discord, which is the Discord that's linked in the description. And then there's a Patreon Discord that you need to pay to get in. Thanks for that donation, though, Bend Over.
Scene unfolds.
Down on the ground right now! Get down on the ground right now! Get down on the ground! Get down on the ground right now! It's shooting! Pilot 33, shots fired, Walmart parking lot.
Oh damn. It's fucking Call of Duty time.
Do I need a tube to join your Discord?
Only if you're bald. Thanks for the donation, Lionhearts.
You okay, cut? Yeah, I'm good, I'm good. Where is he? You okay? Stay down! Get down! Don't you get down on the ground right now! Down on the ground!
While one officer pursues the shooter, this officer orders the two suspected accomplices to get on the ground.
Get your hands behind your back. Get your hands up!
After the incident, the shooter was sent to the hospital to recover from his injuries, which were not fatal. No other injuries were reported. While court documentation for this incident is not readily available, news sources indicate that the shooter was charged with 2 counts of first-degree assault, particularly the use of deadly force against a peace officer, and 1 count of possession of ammunition or a firearm as a convicted felon. 2 additional charges were filed against the suspect months later for the same incident. He was charged with second-degree assault and first-degree robbery for pointing his gun at a woman in an alleged attempt to carjack her during the shooting. Take note of this dark form of foreshadowing. The sentencing results of this case have become moot after the suspect posted bail in April of the next year and would be involved in another incident with police. On May 19, 2021, the suspect was stopped during a routine traffic violation in Utah. At the time, he was traveling with a female in the passenger seat. The traffic violation eventually led to enough suspicion for the officer.
Dude, how was this guy let out of prison? This is insane.
To conduct a search of the vehicle. The officer calls for more squads to arrive on scene. The officers are unaware that the suspect is out on bail for shooting at officers in Minnesota.
So do you have any other ID? It's probably a low car. Based on the stories. Nothing that, well, that ID doesn't even look like her at all. Just so you know, he's consented to a search of the vehicle, okay? Is there anything illegal in the vehicle that I need to be aware of before we find it? No marijuana, methamphetamine, guns, bombs, heroin. You need gloves? You want gloves?
During the search, the officer had the suspect sit in the passenger seat of his cruiser without handcuffing him. News sources indicate that 9 pounds of methamphetamines were found in the suspect's vehicle, along with a 9mm handgun.
Got a meth pipe. You got gloves by chance, extra gloves? Yeah.
Oranges over lemons, donate $2. May this bring you a smile, Master Wayne. Let me take a look. Okay, that's weird.
This guy has ignored every "do not try this at home" warning. He tested his skills by leaping over subway tracks in New York City. We cannot overstress how dangerous this is. He could have been hit by a train, electrocuted by the third rail, or had a close encounter with a diseased rat. Once he stuck the landing, this guy did a somersault. He ran up the station stairs wearing spandex. Another thing we...
Well, it looks like fun, though.
Oh, bro, what's up?
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh you.
Oh, bro, what's up?
Kids are dumb.
Holy crap, why is this guy out of prison? He should have been sentenced for life. What the fuck is wrong with our justice system?
Yeah, that is weird. Really, really weird. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I don't know why anybody would do that. That looks like fun. Razer makes one. What the fuck? They're fairly cheap, too. Dude, they need to have Deja Vu playing. I'll do it for them.
I will tell you why he was restless. Because the woke mob is too cowardly to just say life without parole.
I don't know if that's why you got left out, but clearly there's a lapse in judgment in the justice system if that guy was let out. That seems pretty nutty to me. Henry donated $3. Let me see.
Du, meine Arbeit für richtig hältst, ob du glaubst, dass ich fleißig gewesen bin, dass ich gearbeitet habe, dass ich mich in diesen Jahren für dich eingesetzt habe.
The same retards that think settlements in the West Bank is genocide also think Russia owns Crimea fair and square, by the way.
Yeah, I know. It's so fucking insane. It, like, the double standards. Thanks for that donation, though, Darth Putin.
Dass ich anständig meine Zeit verwendet habe im Dienste meines Volkes.
Well, I don't speak Spanish, but I can guarantee what he's saying is probably horrific and wrong.
swing your arms to this?
Let me take a look.
Do the Mario, swing your arms from side to side. Come on, it's time to go. Do the Mario, take one step. And then again, let's do the Mario all together now. You got it. It's the Mario. Do the Mario, swing your arms from side to side. Come on, it's time to go. Do the Mario, take one step. And then again, let's do the Mario all together now.
That was good. Thank you for the donation, holy moly. Alright. Dude, this thing looks great. Let me see, what's his name? Saronster? DIY drift cart.
Hey, do you have access to a garage, or a driveway, or any flat surface, like the street? A crazy cart.
Dude.
It's directly connected to both the motor and the steering wheel. The two wheels in the back are caster wheels and they're directly attached to the drift bar. When you lift the drift bar, your back end is on ice. It's a feeling that you can only understand if you try it. It's all electric. This is the Crazy Cart XL, so it's the biggest one they have. And it's the definition of all gas, no brakes. Because it's got a gas pedal, but it does not have brakes. What, are you scared? And after some practice, you can do stuff like this. All good things.
That looks pretty funny. Alright, let's get back to this.
Yeah, that's definitely not her, not even a little bit.
No.
One of you just watch her.
Yeah, I'll watch her. Stay there. Hey, he's taking your car. Hold. There. Hey, he's taking your car. Hold. Ridgeville 569. Two. One Oscar 9 or one Oscar. Like he's just stopped right here at the stop sign at the 202.
324, 1620.
He's got a gun.
The gun the suspect is shooting at the officers with is the police department's rifle from the
Jesus.
cruiser.
Fuck, dude.
He's got his rifle. Oh shit. Shot. Shots fired.
Jesus.
You're a black nickel. I'd want to call you black nickel. You got that good rock, my nickel? You're my little brother nickel. Little Bill nickel. If you wore a wig and kept your moustache, a Big Lenny channel would be in your DMs, nickel. Lend a nickel a pencil.
I don't think Big Lenny would debate me on any circumstances, but thanks for the donation, Uncle Tony. Cyberpunk donated $2. Incredibly sad, no spoilers, because you decide not to do final mission. Wait after credits for Jury. Her voicemail so emotional and melancholinous. Completing all side missions is crucial.
Take your time.
Risks gonna... With you too, Johnny.
Not different.
Positive energy, Victor.
Okay, I am familiar with that alternate ending, but thanks for the donation, Cyberpunk.
I've lost my radio.
Watch out, watch out, watch out. We got cars coming up.
Yeah.
I don't have a radio.
I'll get in your car. Ridgefield 569, shots fired, shots fired.
Copy, shots fired, 1622, everyone okay?
Affirm he's attempting to steal someone's vehicle. Go, 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 go!
The pedestrians pulling up to the scene discover a true nightmare. The shooter attempts to carjack their vehicle, walking right up to the passenger side window.
Richfield 569.
Dude, what fucking idiots.
He's attempting to steal a civilian's vehicle right here. He has a county's rifle.
Dude, that is not a long distance. They should have been able to fucking just annihilate that guy.
Drop the weapon! It's a white mid-size SUV.
Copy, all units, white mid-size SUV. He's trying to steal 1623.
We're right here at the 202 by the stop sign.
Dude, these police just seem completely incompetent, especially the guy with the rifle. That is not a long distance to shoot. He should have been able to get him.
Richfield 569, be advised that our vehicles on the northbound off or on ramp parked to the side. Put the gun down! Put it down!
Reports indicate.
Watch this.
You did not give me a link, Jesus X Mary. But if you give me the link, we can watch it. Thanks for the donation, though. Appreciate it. Yeah, this is why you should always call on me whenever there's, you know, this sort of issue. Training for circumstances like this. I would have fucking nailed that motherfucker, dude. I don't know how they missed, especially the guy with the rifle. It doesn't make any sense. You can shoot right through the fucking car.
That a female driver, unaware of the situation, slowed down to see if the shooter needed help. The suspect reportedly pointed his rifle at her head and told them if they did not transport him, he would kill them. The driver's significant other made the decision to hit the barrel of the rifle away. The suspect would then pull the trigger and fire it into the center of the dashboard. This caused the car's OnStar system to activate, temporarily disabling the SUV. They quickly restarted the car and sped away. However, the suspect kept firing at them, causing a bullet to go through the passenger's leg. This is unknown to the officers in the moment.
I see it. You got your shotgun?
It's in the front.
Gotcha.
The officer did indeed hit the suspect in the leg.
13-569, he was firing at that civilian vehicle. They're stopped. I don't know if they're hit or not.
Nope, guns are not illegal in Canada. They only did a ban on handguns and an arbitrary ban on a number of rifles and carbines.
If you were a cool VG, you'd be shot 5 seconds on the job.
No, I don't think I would be. Thanks for the donation, though, a cop.
Is this good advice for raising my testosterone? You react to the first 4 minutes of this video without cringing? Hurrah! www.
Let me take a look.
You must sleep early and wake up early. Period. Now here's the thing. If you are someone who is in night shift, you can't do it. Look, I'm not going to pretend and tell you that it's going to be okay if you're a night shift worker. Look, figure out.
The only thing that really affects testosterone is just how long you sleep. If you don't sleep, then yeah, your testosterone levels are going to go down. But so long as you're getting that sleep, as long as you're getting good quality sleep, it doesn't really matter when you go to bed.
Out a way to not be a night shift worker. Figure out a way that you can sleep early, wake up early, 7 days a week, 7 nights a week. Okay, no excuses. All right, so I'll tell you, my recommendation is you go to sleep at 8 p.m. every single day. Okay, 7 nights a week. Figure out, and again, this is optimal health. This is if you want to fix your life, you want to transform your health, and you want to do it in a sustainable way. Now, look, if you can't go to sleep at 8 p.m. 7 nights a week, I don't know what to tell you. Do your best. But this is the optimal way to get back your hormones.
There is nothing special about going to bed at 8 p.m.
Get back to your health.
Yeah, so if you look at natural sleep patterns, it's body temperature that dictates when you sleep. So this has been studied in a lot of tribes people. Tribes people don't go to bed when it starts getting dark. They go to bed when it starts getting cool. So you need your body temperature to get to a bit lower to initiate the sleep cycle. I don't know what's special about 8 p.m.
Get back in shape. So my routine is 8 p.m. sleep every night, and I wake up at 3:30 a.m. All right? And I'm going to tell you what I do in the morning and what the routine is. But now you're going to say, oh, this is only 7.5 hours of sleep. And shouldn't we get 8 to 9 hours? Now I have something to say about that, and that's going to be number 5.
That guy is pure clown mode, dude.
You said we can watch it. Thank you, Father.
All right, no problem. We will watch this. As long as there aren't any copyright issues, we'll watch this. Thanks for that donation, Jesus Mary.
Hey VG, it's Ruth. I just got back from my vacation in Florida, thanks for the travel advice. Anyways, this guy reminds me to clean my dildo. Ruth.
Well, yeah, make sure you keep those dildos nice and clean. Appreciate the donation, Ruth. Yeah, Jesus, we'll react to this after we watch 4 minutes of this video.
All right, you want to hear the #1 key to confidence? You have to master this one skill, and that's what this next 30-day challenge is going to be about. The skill that you must master for confidence in your body so you can date the girl you want, get the job you want, because all of this stuff is about confidence, right? Being okay in your body. And the #1 skill that you must master is dancing. But it's not the moves that you have to master. It is being okay with whatever style of dancing you like. You understand that? It's not about the instruction of dancing. It's about just the ability to have fun dancing. The best way to do that is to dance on your own first.
What if you just don't like dancing?
Be in your bedroom and just dance your ass off every single day. Now, what is this 30-day challenge? It's called 30 Days... No, 30 Dances with Doc. Martha came up with the name. It's brilliant. 30 Dances with Doc. So over the next 30 days, every single day, we will dance for 30 minutes together. Okay? You can dance to whatever song you want. I'm going to be playing a song on my laptop here right next to me. And you're going to hear it. I'm sorry about the background noise. I know there might be some background noise. I'm sorry about that. But it doesn't matter, the background noise. You just dance. Whatever you want to play, you can put my video on mute, watch me dance every day, and you play your own songs with your own playlist. Because the songs I like may not be what you like. I like Bollywood stuff, cheesy stuff. So turn it on, press play, your own playlist every single day, lock your bedroom, and just dance inside. I'm dancing here in the terrace because, you know, I like dancing here. But for you, play whatever music you like, but dance with me for half an hour every single day for the next 30 days. Why? Because in 30 days, you will become so comfortable with your body that you'll be able to walk around with ease, say hello to people, smile at people, be happy, no matter what's going on in the world, no matter what's going on in your life. You know, you have bills to pay, you have to take care of your kids and your wife and your career and your health and whatever it is. You must become confident with your body and express yourself as you like. And that's how, that confidence, 30 minutes starts now.
If you were more bald, you'd look like that guy.
I don't think so. Even though bald people tend to look alike, I don't think I'd look like that. Thanks for the donation though, Private Observer. What the fuck?
Out of your head.
Yeah, that's weird. Thanks for linking me that.
No, please! I don't want to play right now! Oh, come on,
Huh?
Gotta get more of that sweetener.
Yeah, you like it? Can you get me a drink, please?
Yeah, I've been binging tea, especially when I'm dieting.
Can you get me the cherry Coke or Pepsi that's in the fridge?
The cherry Pepsi?
I don't know if there's any more cherry Cokes, but either cherry Coke or cherry Pepsi. You know what? Those fucking cookies make me sleepy as shit. That's not a cherry. It has a red ring on the top.
Drink it anyway. My God!
What? I want the cherry!
The face you made.
Hey, dog. Uh-oh.
Jeez. Oh my God, that's a puppy.
Thank you, sweetie.
You're welcome. Yes, that's a very nice puppy. Want to go on the balcony, buddy?
Baby, I just want to see you smile. I bet I could make you smile.
What the fuck?
No! Remember, prey has no limits. Leave him alone! Cut! PC Master Race! Let's go! That's it! Get out of here! Oh, filthy console peasants! Are they gone? This isn't a safe part of town. Come on, I'll give you a ride home. Babe? Actually, better not. You'll probably tell your mommy.
Would not.
Yeah, that a boy. Yeah, you sure got lucky I showed up back there. PC Master Race are usually way too busy getting pussy to be starting fights with console peasants.
They are?
Oh yeah. Back when I was like you, I didn't get any pussy. But now that I'm PC Master Race, I constantly see notifications about hot singles in my area who just want to fuck.
Whoa. Wait, you became PC Master Race? Can I?
I mean, I guess I could like... God, never mind.
What?
I mean, I guess I could like teach you, but you'd have to do whatever I say, so...
I could do that.
Kick him! Kick him! Kick him!
Why?
He bought a pre-built PC! It's basically stolen valor!
PC Master Race!
Goddamn thin blood! Wow, you're kind of mature for your age.
I am?
Oh yeah, big time. Go ahead, claim your prize. You earned it.
Wow. His pre-built PC? But didn't you just say that?
I mean, it's not as good as a custom one like mine. But it's fine if you took it through an act of war. See, being PC Master Race isn't just about having a great rig. It's also...
What's funny is, that actually looks fairly similar to my rig. I think I have a photo of it on Instagram.
Nimakanta Keshvaima Aramesh Bash. Sagpida Takonko Desanta Bagvash, Vartalebkari. Rohesh Shadvarahash Poraho Agaya Solho. Changes Aslan Vajadi Korjinadorum. Hamadar Bori Izanon, and Budan Junist. Manaskuda Darkana Vardii.
Well, unfortunately, I don't speak Spanish, but thanks for the donation, Mandalam. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's my rig.
Have you ever seen this?
Let me take a look. I have. This is one of the very old memes of the internet. Thanks for the donation, though, Alex.
So about being an asshole.
Oh.
Are you going back on a boat?
Once you do this, there is no backing out.
Huh?
It's like careful when you do your
Sure.
because Finn's slurping.
Sure. I've been drinking Cherry Coke Zero, and I have Cherry Pepsi Zero right here. That's what I've been sipping on.
Huh, look at you, all grown up. Whoa! What do we do now? Play video games? Not with that piece of shit! I bet it barely plays Minecraft! Oh, all right, of course. Good job paying early adopters tax on that brand new graphics card, idiot.
Yeah, it looks very similar to mine. It's funny.
Ha ha ha! When you have as much money as me, you can afford to make bad decisions. Ooh! Ah! Ha ha ha! You make bad decisions all the time, don't you? What do you know about it? This graphics card, it's hot. Too hot. You're overclocking fast.
Since you be know and everything, what's Jasmine's work husband's name?
The fuck are you asking me? Ugh. I don't know what the hell you're even asking. Thanks for the donation though, Johan. Or Johan. Oh, damn.
Hard. Oh my god.
What's this?
Kiss me. Wait, bud? Wait, is this gay? What? No! Oh my god. Wait, this is totally gay. It's literally rainbows everywhere. I'm gonna go. Oh, come on! We were just flaming each other about our PCs. What's gay about that? Yeah, you can have the pre-built.
I think I'm gonna go throw a baseball with my dad or something.
Yeah, go play with your dad's balls. How can I be the gay when you're gonna go play with your dad's balls? God damn it. Sorry, guys. We'll try again tomorrow. Oh, shit. Yeah. Goddamn thin blood.
NordVPN!
That was a pretty great animation. Flash gets. Let's see. I think I've seen him before. Yeah, that was funny. Might sub. I think I'll sub. Alright.
He's hunkered down behind County's vehicle right now. I got movement back passenger side, driver's side, rear driver's side. Show me your hands! Show me your hands! He's behind that tire. Was that you? Either side, but he's got a goalie he can go down and
Let's see if the guy's dead.
Get out of here! No, not that way!
I think the guy's dead.
A team equipped with an armored truck to approach the suspect.
Oh, the
Reportedly,
guy's...
he was still able to run off to a nearby river, and a search was initiated. However, he was soon found and detained.
Wow, he got shot up and still was able to run away.
There were no casualties during this incident. The passenger shot in the leg, and the suspect were both medically treated. For this incident, the suspect was charged with 4 counts of attempted aggravated murder, 2 counts of aggravated kidnapping, and 1 count of aggravated robbery. 2 counts of theft, 2 counts of possession of a firearm by a restricted person, failing to respond to a police officer's command to stop, and altering the number or mark on a gun. His passenger was also charged with several crimes. For his crimes, he was sentenced to a 25-year prison sentence. In 25 years, he will be 60 years old. He was also ordered to serve an additional 5 years of supervised release. As of the time of publication, his case in Minnesota is still pending. It's not the first time Minnesota has allowed a cop shooter to quickly be released on bail. Unfortunately, a local reform-minded prosecutor has begun denying our open records requests, resulting in lengthy legal fights in order to get videos like this one released to the public.
Man, that is hilarious. So, like, they think it's a good idea to let fucking people who shoot at cops to just roam free? That's insane. Holy shit. Get these damn dogs. Okay, we're tired. That's a cat. It's a good cat. That is a cat in a box. Yeah, dude's clearly a psycho. All right, back to the fucking tardation.
To not only compare yourself to Nelson Mandela, who served 27 years in jail for what they described as terrorism at the time, but yet you cannot see what the vast majority of
Nelson Mandela was vehemently against, like, actually targeting people, and he would only target property. So he's trying to compare Hamas to Nelson Mandela. There's no comparison. Nelson Mandela wasn't a fucking jihadist extremist who wanted to exterminate all the Jews, for one thing. And two, when he did his acts of terrorism, he'd only ever target property.
Human rights organizations,
like, by definition,
in the
I don't think that
see
can be considered
when they look
terrorism.
At the Palestinians. When you look at UN Resolution 194, paragraph 11, the Palestinians have the right to
Bro, why is this guy's nipples so hard?
return home. Almost a million of them were displaced in 1948 with the foundation of the State of Israel. And what we are now on the brink of
Here we
is
go.
Palestinians, millions of them, being driven into the Sinai Desert with help of the US Delta Force.
You don't know anything about me, Blackie.
I know that's not the real Nelson Mandela because he's dead. Thanks for the donation, though, Nelson Mandela.
Yeah, but Loki,
With
Loki,
help
let me
of the
jump
British.
in. Let me
This
jump
is
in.
a
You're
manufactured, an Israeli-manufactured
Okay.
humanitarian catastrophe in
You are
Gaza.
making-
There is a
you are making-
23% infant mortality
Loki, let
rate
me say
in
something.
Gaza.
Let me say something. I completely agree with you about the plight of the Palestinian people. I've tweeted about this for the last 2 weeks.
No, to be fair, you haven't, Piers, and this is not journalism. Shireen Abu
Well, then you
Akleh
haven't read my
was
tweets.
journalism. Yasser Murtaja was journalism. Mu'taz Azaiza, that's journalism. Palestinians are reaching out from the cage that Israel has put them in, and they are trying to speak to the world.
Yeah,
and they are
I'm
being
simply
met.
saying-
They are being
that's
met with
fine.
cold indifference. And I would say to you, Piers, I would say
Yeah.
to you
That's
that
bullshit.
gentleman that you've just had on the show, Mark Regev, he belongs in The Hague. David Petraeus, you know, Piers, you made your reputation as opposing the invasion of Iraq. Well, I would ask you, journalist to journalist, how could you justify the interview you just gave to the head of US forces in that illegal occupation of Iraq that David Petraeus led? He was then the head of the CIA. Both of the individuals that you have just had on this show deserve to be in The Hague, tried for war crimes. I am not anything like them. I have not hurt a fly. Those two men have.
Buddy, you're a Hamas supporter and, in all likelihood, a Holocaust denier, so, yeah.
Why are they given the respectability that you gave them with your interview? And why am I interrogated as if I am somehow someone that could hurt a human being?
Well, certainly in Mark Regev's case, I pushed him hard on all the positions Israel is
wasn't
currently
hard.
adopting.
That wasn't hard.
Let me explain, because I did a tweet today, and I meant every word of this. I said, I have great respect for anybody who, in the immediate aftermath of this appalling terror attack, said it was outrageous and appalling.
There are
right?
1,500 Palestinians still under the rubble in Gaza.
Exactly. You've had your say.
They're still under the rubble, Piers. They're still under the rubble. You're not bringing them up with that.
I said those whose instinctive reaction was not to feel that, and I think you're one of them, because your reaction was to say the arrogance to think you could keep 2 million people trapped in an open-air prison indefinitely, as if somehow that justified what happened that day.
Piers,
it didn't justify what happened that day.
You know exactly what you're doing.
And you should be able...
The point when that tweet was sent, you had not seen anything had happened.
You've had your criticism of me, and that's fine. You're perfectly entitled to it. Like I said to you, or you said about me, I believe in free speech. You're entitled to your opinion. And me...
I'm surprised on your stance on Israel and Palestine. I am a vegan but don't agree with what you say. I don't want the US to escalate, then Iran gets involved, then Russia, China, Italy, Australia, United Kingdom, England, join, and it's the next World War III.
Oh my god, are you fucking trolling me, or are you just trying to piss me off? So, first of all, Iran is already involved. Iran was responsible for the attack. They were the ones who did all the planning for the October 7th attack. So, Iran's already involved. I also don't understand how the US involvement somehow magically makes it so Iran has to attack. That makes no fucking sense, and I don't even know why it's a bad thing to go to war with Iran. Again, they're responsible for the October 7th attack. They fund Hamas. They fund Hezbollah. They also fund ISIS. They also fund the Russian war in Ukraine, and they give Russia arms and munitions. So why there wouldn't be a fucking interest to go to war with Iran so that you can have a regime change and stabilize some of these regions and have them stop supporting terror? Fuck you. I hate fucking hearing that World War III bullshit. The only time you should ever mention the number 3 is if you're talking about Half-Life 3.
Of David Petraeus, of Mark Regev. But I'm also entitled to judge you as somebody who did not find it in themselves to express anything involving any outrage or any...
I've just expressed it. And Piers, this is not journalism. The idea of us comparing our moral compasses, and somehow I have a deficient moral compass. Somehow I am a moral monster.
That.
You know what's true? You know what's true is I am not... The people that have shown a cold indifference to the ethnically cleansed Palestinians, dispossessed, 1 in 3 every...
Okay, the ethnic cleansing thing is fucking bullshit. If these two groups hate each other and it leads to violence if they're not separated, then why is it necessarily a bad thing to have ethnic cleansing? It doesn't necessarily involve murder.
Every refugee in the world is Palestinian. They are the largest refugee population. Those who have turned a blind eye to their suffering are those that need to be seriously interrogated about their moral compass. And I would ask you before we end the show, I would ask you that I am able to read out the names of the 20 Palestinian journalists that have been killed in Gaza.
Because I have 2 more guests.
So you're censoring
to have 8 minutes for them. We have 4 left.
It's 20 journalists. So I'm being censored now. And I'll tell you something else.
You're not being censored.
This badge, zoom in on this badge. This badge was given to me by an employee of this building who said they were told they could not wear this badge because it was the Palestinian flag. You talk about uncensored,
Anybody who'd be willing to put on, like, a Palestinian flag is a fascist. Palestinians hate Jews. They have rampant fucking anti-Semitism. I'd never feel comfortable wearing a Palestinian flag. Like, no shit.
Nobody.
This badge
I haven't told anybody
from an employee in this building.
I have told nobody they can or can't wear a badge. So that's a ridiculous thing to say. I'm in New York. But good to see you, Loki. I appreciate you coming on the program.
That guy is a dumbass. Yeah, that dude's a radical jihadist, I think. The fact that he wouldn't condemn Hamas alluded to the idea of them being freedom fighters and even denied the October 7th attack. That is crazy. That is probably the craziest person Pierce has had on his show yet. That's just so fucking nuts. All right, let's see some updates on the Ukraine war.
Welcome back, Defender.
Well, thank you for that, Cortez. Excellent spam. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Jake here. Check it out. Ukraine's Ministry of Defense has switched up their graphic showing Russian losses, and it still looks bad for Russia. In a single day, 980 eliminated personnel, 18 tanks, 19 armored vehicles, and 15 artillery pieces. Based on these
Holy
losses,
shit.
we can determine that Russia is still on the attack in Avdiivka. Russia steps up assault on Avdiivka. Ukraine kills 900 troops in one day. Ukrainian forces have been braced for fresh attacks against Avdiivka for days, after last week's disastrous assault by Moscow's forces. So there's not really been any significant changes on the map, but Russia has been, day after day, assaulting Ukraine in Avdiivka, hoping for a breakthrough, hoping they can surround this city. And it's always worth reminding everyone that the
World War III won't only be bad when United States, Germany, Russia, China, Iran are involved. But what about Ukraine, Austria, Australia, India, South Korea, North Korea, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iraq, Taiwan, Canada, Mexico, Colombia, Bolivia, Venezuela all get involved?
Yeah, that would be bad, wouldn't it? Thanks for the donation, Orange Kavanaugh. Prim, what's all this meowing? Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Meow.
The Russians have controlled the city of Donetsk for 9 years, and for 9 years, they've been trying to take Avdiivka, failing to do so. And the videos online are inexplicable. There is no commander in NATO anywhere that could just...
Can you do an improv of Jordan Peterson following along to the video? Maybe a Peterson laugh along?
Sure, I can do that. Thanks for the donation, Samurai Gains. What's this dog doing?
Here's the link.
Alright, let me take a look. Thanks, Samurai Gains. Appreciate it.
Laughing yoga, laughing exercise for the heart and mind. What you can do, just laugh. Very easy. Don't feel shy.
Now, I wouldn't say that this is a, so-called unefficacious technique of treating depression, but what I would recommend first is just take an antidepressant like an SSRI. You'll know if it works in only 4 weeks, and if it doesn't, you can just stop taking it.
And I am happy, I am relaxed. I am happy, I am relaxed.
Now, when I see a grown man acting in such a way, I have to wonder, what other aspects of his life are silly, unkept, uncontrolled? Does this man even clean his room?
I am happy, I am relaxed. Boo, 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 boo. You can laugh without sound. Your lungs, heart, kidney, colon, spleen, pancreas start dancing. How? Now you can do...
I notice this man is also quite overweight and obviously a diet that is not suitable for the individual can also trigger depression. He might want to consider going on the carnivore diet, for which I've been on for several years, and I've been able to go off all of my medication, aside from my antidepressant medication, my anxiety medication, the medication I take for my heart, my blood pressure, my joints. But aside from that, I'm completely off all my medication.
Full laughter. Inhale, exhale. And I'm happy, I'm relaxed. I'm happy, I'm relaxed. I'm happy, I'm relaxed. Boo, 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 boo.
Now this man seems to put too much of an emphasis on being happy. What is more important than happiness is responsibility. Who's going to be the one to pick up the pieces when tragedy strikes? We can't all just be happy all the time, laughing and giggling. What happens if a family member dies? Is everybody going to be being happy then and laughing? Of course not. And you have to bear that suffering and bear the responsibility and be the strength in the family to lift everyone up and prevent them from going into a pit of deep despair. All right. There you go. Thanks for the donation, Samurai Gains. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed that.
And don't forget Albania, Rome, Greece, Japan, Argentina, Zimbabwe, Yemen, Qatar, Hungary, Finland, Prussia, Alaska, Netherlands, Ethiopia, Brazil, Croatia, the Caribbean, Puerto Rico, Jordan, Vietnam, Syria, Bahamas, Sudan all get involved in World War III.
Yes, that would be really bad, wouldn't it? Thanks for the donation, Orange Kavanaugh. Dodo says, can you react? Let me see. Britney Spears' music video has new meaning. Suppose we can take a look at that.
Comment section. I'm Brett Cooper. So Britney Spears is back in the news again, but for once it's not about her insane dancing videos that have been haunting my social media pages for the last 2 years. It is actually about something that is far more serious and arguably a lot more interesting. She has a new memoir that is coming out very soon, and in it, she allegedly reveals that she got pregnant back in the early 2000s with Justin Timberlake, but she was pressured to get an abortion. A decision, it appears, that she massively regrets today. And as to be expected, the internet is ablaze with this news, and hardcore fans may—
Yeah, because the fucking drug-addicted lunatic who had a complete psychotic breakdown should have had children. What? Like, really?
They have even uncovered an apology to this unborn child in a music video from one of her most famous songs. And we're going to talk about all of that today. Before we do, though, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to this channel if you have not already, and ring that notification bell so that you never miss an Off the Clock or comment section episode. Okay, so this is the first tweet that I saw about this story. It is from Popbase, of course. Britney Spears reveals in her memoir that Justin Timberlake got her pregnant around late 2000, but they both agreed to get an abortion, TMZ reports. But that tweet obviously does not give all the context, and more information has been slowly rolling out, it seems like every hour or so. And yes, it seems like they mutually agreed to abort the baby, but it was because Justin did not.
I know you don't drink, but have you ever been drunk before? And what did you think of it? If you don't drink now, I'm guessing it wasn't good feeling.
Yeah, I've been drunk once and I hated it. I just felt super, super depressed, and I wanted to kill myself more. So yeah, I just have never drunk since. The reason I tried drinking was because I was super depressed to begin with, and then it made me even more depressed, so I've just never done it after. Thanks for the donation, Naruto X Sasuke.
want to be a father. Here's a bit from the TMZ article that broke the story. They wrote that she said in the book that she was raised not to get an abortion. Part of it was religious, and part of it was just what she learned from her family. In the book, Brittany writes, "I loved Justin so much. I always expected us to have a family together one day. This would just be much earlier than I had anticipated." But she said that Justin felt that they weren't ready because they were too young. They were both around
Gupta, donators, all I want is a proper cup of coffee made in a proper copper coffee pot. You can believe it or not, but I want a cup of coffee from a proper copper pot. Tin coffee pots or iron coffee pots, they're not good to me. If I can't have a proper cup of coffee, FR. Well, thanks for the donation, Gupta. Hopefully you can find a copper pot.
around 19 at the time. According to the book, Brittany says that she was conflicted, but after some difficult emotional discussions, they both agreed that getting an abortion was the right decision. Now, naturally, the internet is very split over this story, but I was surprised to see so many people being sad over a decision that, according to the left, is supposed to be a great thing, something that's even celebrated.
Dude, imagine fucking Britney Spears having a kid at 19? Like, that would have had to have been one of the most fucked up kids mentally, like, that has ever been born. Not only is that kind of a crazy environment for a kid, but, like, Britney was addicted to drugs and alcohol. She had legit psychotic fucking breakdowns where she was, like, in a state of psychosis. It's probably a good thing that she got the abortion.
In many circles. One person commented and said, "Mind you, this was at the peak of her career. That man has always been her number one hater." Another person said, "So that's one reason for her breakdown. I can't imagine living your life knowing your baby would have been 23 today." And that's one reason why so many women end up choosing life, because they start to think of this, fetus as a child, and preborn helps facilitate that. According to a recent report, Planned Parenthood continues to rake in billions despite dwindling clients. The biggest takeaway here is that Planned Parenthood is generating vast profits, including millions.
Abortion doesn't even make up 1% of the services they provide, so the reason why their revenue is so high is because of everything else they do. Like, do these numbers make sense to you, you fucking idiot? By the way, they provide prenatal screening. So if you're a pregnant woman and you're getting regular checkups to make sure that your pregnancy is going well, Planned Parenthood does that. So you want to defund Planned Parenthood, that would probably harm more children than it would help. Gupta donated $2. Betty bought some butter, but said the butter's bitter. If I put it in my batter, it will make my batter bitter. But a bit of better butter will make my bitter batter better. So she bought some better butter, better than the bitter butter put. Well, thank you, Gupta. Appreciate the donation, dude.
In taxpayer funding. But we can help stop that and take more of their clients
in NorCal, but she also made plans to move to Los Angeles at a party the night of Creator Clash. There, she met Rav, a friend and associate of Super Mega. The rapper had just ended tour and had nowhere to crash. Lex offered a place at their Airbnb, which she took her up on. They talked a lot that night, both about life and their future plans. Rav was from the UK.
Hey, what up, dog?
Hey, what's up?
Well, yeah, I just wanted to chat a bit about the Israel-Palestine stuff.
Okay. I'll be better able to in a few days, but yeah, we can chat a little bit now. What's up?
Okay. Well, I'm really fucking surprised about the double standards on the left when it comes to a lot of the Israel-Palestine shit. So, one thing is so they'll take the word of Hamas as if it were gospel. They'll listen to them. The hospital bombing thing, hours after it happened, Hamas claimed 500 people were dead. Way too soon for anybody to even confirm. And again, that was directly coming from Hamas. Yet they'll criticize, the Israeli government and basically almost all the mainstream media that supports, an Israeli narrative, even though they have independent fact checkers, Israel itself has a free press, and they're a democratic society, and, they're part of the international community, they can be sanctioned, yet, like, somehow they're more untrustworthy, but they'll also, like, criticize, like, fucking Trump supporters for just believing, like, everything Trump says, or Fox News, or some shit like that. Like, it's really exposed, and I'm, like, shocked and surprised that, the Young Turks, they're not quite as bad as some others, like Sam Cedar, Majority Report. Holy fuck, are they horrible. Kyle Kalinske, I think you already knew, like, you already had the stance that Kyle's a retard, but my God.
Hold on, I'm me and him we're chill now.
Oh, you
Go
are?
ahead.
Okay, my bad.
I don't know. I haven't actually seen any of his commentary on on the Israel-Palestine stuff, though, so I don't have any opinions about that. He might be really bad on that, I'm not sure.
He was supporting the hospital bombing narrative. He's supporting, like, the stupid idea of collective punishment. He's also supporting this idea that there should be an equivalent exchange. So, like, if 1,500 Israelis are killed, like, only 1,500 Palestinians should ever be killed. It's just crazy. It's just baffling to me how bad the left is when it comes to, like, they're just as bad as the right. And it's just a massive shock to me just how many left outlets are just garbage. I can't watch Sam Cedar anymore. I can't watch Young Turks anymore. I can't watch Kyle Kalinske. It's just ruined the whole, like, every news source that I regularly, watch.
Yeah, I mean, there have been a couple of media moments where a couple of other people, even on the left, have kind of felt that way. This was kind of, I don't know if you're familiar with who Anna Kasparian is, but she's also had kind of this moment where she feels like some of the reporting double standards are very noticeable, and it's bothered her too. So yeah, there's a little bit of a thing going on right now where I think people are starting to realize that maybe they gave in a little bit too much to the very, very far left people that are kind of pushing media and online culture in a certain direction, and that a lot of the people are not really anywhere near as principled as they kind of claim to be. And as people are seeing that, I'm sure there'll be a little bit of a shake up.
Yeah, I think it's really, like, shown to me that you absolutely cannot trust any single media source, and none of them are trustworthy.
A little bit. This is something that I would say, and I'll suck myself off, and I'm sure there are a couple other people out there. I think that I noticed a lot because I'm thinking, because I got a debate with Ben Shapiro next month, and I'm thinking about strategies and everything. Here's something that I've thought about quite a bit. I think you should be really careful with anybody that identifies themselves. This sounds so cringe, but anybody that identifies with, like, a political orientation or party, I think you have to be very careful with it. Because something I notice is that, like, when I'm doing research, I have the flex. I can take any position I want. So, like, I'm going to do in the next 2 days, I'm going to do a lot of research on Israel-Palestine. I'm going to start doing a lot of reading. But I realize that, like, as I do that research, I can take any position I want. Like, it might be at the end of my reading, and it's starting to feel like I might become, like, a full-on Israel simp. But it could also be that I do quite a bit of reading, and I'm like, you know what? Actually, Israel's done a lot of bad shit. I think that, like, something more severe needs to happen because this doesn't work, right? That punishes Israel, maybe. But I have the flexibility to do that because I don't strongly identify with a certain political party. But now, like, imagine if you're a decently intelligent person. Imagine if you're Ben Shapiro, right? And you're, like, pretty smart, but, like, you're the head of the Daily Wire. Ben Shapiro could literally get, the 10 commandments from God saying that Palestine is 100% in the right on everything, and he could never say it, right? Because he's, like, politically beholden to a certain side. So, and then same thing with, like, the Young Turks, same thing with any kind of, like, political entity. If you're strongly aligned with a certain political party, and that's what your fan base is, or your viewers or your listeners, you kind of are sort of beholden to that political ideology,
right?
And you kind of have to stay there no matter what.
So you're saying a lot of these people might feel pressured to have a certain take.
Yeah, because you gotta figure, bro, if you say anything positive about Israel, especially online, depending on what outlet you're on, that's really rough. You're about to get a fuck ton of pushback on that. It's gonna be really hard. So
yeah, like me personally, like, I don't care, but I can understand how that would affect other people.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just messed up. Like, I kind of liked how, most of the left-wing media has been pretty good for the last few years, aside from, like, a few things like Rittenhouse, some of the Black Lives Matter protests. And it's just nice having reliable sources of information that like are pushing against stupid bullshit. And then now it's just a normal matter of course to like promote Hamas. They're literally promoting Hamas.
Yeah, there's a lot of subreddits and people, and I've gotten a ton of emails, and I've seen posts videos where there are a lot of people on the left feeling like this. Like, wait a second, why are we celebrating terrorism? That feels really weird.
It's really sickening. Turkey Tom wanted to pop in. Apparently, we derailed his attempt. I just wanted to talk a little bit about that. Oh yeah, and the Ben Shapiro debate. What's that about?
I don't know yet. We're trying to get, or I'm waiting for topics. But
okay, I've been trying
Vegan gains.
Yeah, what's up?
Vegan gains. Just because I had to turn down dinner today doesn't mean you can destroy the content. Okay, Vegan gains. I became a YouTube member today to show goodwill, and you came in here. You just mogged me. You just fucking destroyed my life with this boring Israel-Palestine shit. Boring war. Boring. No one cares. Okay. Like super mega, and you owned me.
All right. What did you want to talk about?
Oh, I was watching a video of his.
Oh, you were reacting to a Turkey Tom video? My bad.
Yeah.
You owned me.
Oh, yeah?
That's Despacito.
Yeah, that's about it. You owned me.
I have free time tomorrow. I do have to get back by 8, so like the latest I could like maybe have dinner is like 5.
5?
Yeah.
Yeah, we could probably do 5. Yeah, I could probably do 5. Yeah, that sounds
yeah, it's gonna be warmer too, so it'll be a easier drive for me.
Yeah, yo, can we do dinner with Vegan Gains at 5? Yes, 5 tomorrow. Okay, yeah, 5 it is.
All right,
Vegan Gains, the video's coming out. It's being worked on. Okay, it's being worked on.
Yeah,
it's coming.
Which video? Are you doing a vegan video?
We're doing the pro-vegan manifesto. No, Vegan Gains filmed with me for a few days in real life. We met, we went to the gym. He told me some crazy stuff. So it's going to be goated with the sauce, dude. That's going to be reacted to on this stream as well. But there will be no interruptions because we're hacking the server and deleting it so no one can call in. But yeah, goated.
Yeah, when's that coming out, by the way?
Hopefully within 3 weeks. That's the goal.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, who's this motherfucker?
Who's this motherfucker?
Oh,
Who's
we're
this
doing this
motherfucker?
now. That's what we're doing now, guys. We're all gonna.
Wasn't this guy based or something? Or was he Reddit? I don't remember.
I'm pretty based, yeah.
Okay, W. No Reddit?
I read it. Narwhal bacon's at midnight, motherfucker.
I think that's the opposite of what he was thinking.
All right.
I don't know.
Well, I'll see if my wife Jasmine wants to come with me to Vietche. It's one of her favorite restaurants.
Hey, you guys can go work out your fucking things
But,
somewhere else.
yeah,
I don't know why you guys are making
I'll,
dinner date plans.
Yeah. But I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow, buddy.
All right, take care, man.
W Riz. See ya.
Okay. Just a second.
Poopy butt 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 poopy butt.
Well, thank you for that, Gupta. Appreciate it. Or not? Yeah, that was Gupta. Or no, Poopy Butt. Thank you, Poopy Butt. What? Turkey Tom. Yeah, for 5. Would you want to come? No, looks like he's bringing his girlfriend. Yeah. Like when? Because, like, we'd have to leave by 3:34 to get there by 5. You should be good then. Should only take, like, 30 minutes. The actual appointment? That's pretty quick. I've done it before. Okay. Well, if you have time, then we'll go. It's gonna be warmer too, so it'd be easy to take the bike. All right. Okay.
Tell by supporting Preborn. Preborn operates on a very slim budget as they rescue over 200 babies' lives every single day, and they receive no government funding. Preborn's network of clinics are situated in the dark / Brett. This commenter had a different point of view. He said, just another example of women not being able to take accountability for their own decisions. And yes, that is true. It's an excellent point. And she could have fought harder. She could have chosen to keep the baby, but Justin is also at fault for not stepping up and giving her the support to do so, which he should have done.
Yes, when women choose to abort their kids, it's the man's fault because women are fucking useless, insecure, incompetent children, and they need a man to help them make decisions.
Somebody else said, most of these problems can be solved by better choice in men. Yes, also by keeping your legs closed before you get married.
She's 19. I don't know what you expect, and in the music industry?
Married. Crazy idea. Ashley St. Clair made an excellent point when she tweeted this and said, a large percentage of
Gupta donated $2. You skipped my last dono. Read dono. Oh, sorry. Gupta donated $2. Mr. C owned a saw and Mr. Soar owned a seesaw. Now C's saw, sawed Soar's seesaw before Soar saw C, which made Soar soar. Had Soar...
Say this 5 times in a row really fast. Irish wristwatch. Irish wristwatch. Irish wristwatch.
I'll do that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Big Nut Joe. Had Soar seen C's saw before C sawed Soar's seesaw, C's saw would not have sawed Soar's seesaw, so seesaw sawed Soar's seesaw. Thanks for that donation, Gupta. Irish wristwatch, Irish wristwatch, Irish wristwatch, Irish wristwatch, Irish wristwatch. That's a really fucking hard one, Jesus. Thanks for the donation, Big Nut Joe.
Of women who get abortions say that they felt coerced by a partner. How is it, quote, women's rights if women are overwhelmingly pressured into the decision by men? It's a hard truth. Somebody pushed back and said, I seriously doubt this unless the large percentage is like 3%. And then Ashley responded with, tell that to the 73% of women who reported feeling pressured into an abortion, the 58% who got an abortion solely.
Women will say they feel pressured into fucking anything. Like, if you ask them, oh, what movie do you want to watch at the theater? Or what do you want to eat tonight? I feel pressured. I can't make a decision. So yeah, women will fucking say they feel pressured doing anything. Fucking cope.
Solely to make somebody else happy. The 51% who were put on psychiatric medications for the first time in their life after their abortion.
Women are often given antidepressants both during and after pregnancy. So postpartum depression is extremely common. What percentage of women who go on antidepressants after birth? Association between antidepressant treatment during pregnancy and postpartum self-harm ideation in women with psychiatric disorders. Overall, 52.9% of women took an antidepressant during pregnancy. Frequent SHI postpartum was reported by 15.2% of non-medicated women and 22% of women on past antidepressant treatment in pregnancy. This proportion was higher following a single trimester treatment compared to 3 trimesters. So, yeah, antidepressant use is common in women who are currently pregnant and who, have postpartum depression. Like, this doesn't mean anything. Let me see. Anonymous for the voiceless donated $2. Skip to 208. He's Colombia's 2023 undergrad valedictorian. He's pro-Palestine, going to hurt his med school chances. Demon Mama's pro-Palestine. Demon Mama's a fucking idiot. Don't really give a shit what she has to say. Ah, gross.
My name is Fatima Mazumder. I'm a hardworking and dedicated rising sophomore at Hunter College, where I hope to pursue a career in medicine. My interest in the pre-health track peaked after I visited a hospital in Bangladesh, where I noticed the stark difference between developing nations and developed countries. I also participated in numerous walkouts and protests regarding social and environmental issues. I also love cooking and learning about different cultures and spending time that gives young, aspiring journalists the opportunity to and help each other improve. If you would like to write for them, drop an email at in Palestine, email at uplanner0@gmail.com. And today I present to you an independent and strong-minded young man combating COVID-19 in Palestinian refugee communities. Yusuf Abu Arida is a sophomore at Columbia University studying psychology in the pre-med track. His parents
Dude, what is this camera angle?
left Imam El Shafi, one of the poorest villages in Cairo, Egypt, in search of a better education for their children. After losing his grandmother in 2018 and Why Did You Start Race for Refugees, a campaign focusing on the struggles of Palestinian refugees in their battle against COVID-19.
I knew that refugees in particular would be vulnerable to the effects of COVID-19. Many of them don't have access to hospitals for thousands of miles. I'd raised money for a cancer hospital in Egypt this year, as well as sending medical supplies to Sudan. So I already have some experience with fundraising. Growing up in an Egyptian household, Palestine was always the top.
I'm not watching this. Boring. Something. It's just a shitty, boring video. I'm not watching it.
Those are hard things to hear, but unfortunately, that is the reality surrounding abortion. And I'm so glad that Brittany is starting to tell this story because the puzzle pieces of how she has ended up where she is today are really starting to fall into place. And it's an even sadder situation than a lot of us could have even imagined. Somebody said, irresponsible men are by far the greatest beneficiaries of abortion. They have none of the responsibility and bear none of the guilt. What a wonderful thing for them. And I mean, yes, I'm sure that there are many men that do not care.
Yeah, there we go. It's men's fault again.
They feel no responsibility. They don't feel guilty whatsoever. They are benefiting from abortion. But I think that this commenter is making a broad generalization because I know that there are so many men out there who are upset.
Yeah, right, because women can fuck with you and say, oh yeah, I'm on the pill, don't worry, this and that, sperm jack you and shit, get pregnant, and then it's up to them that whether or not to keep the kid.
Why was there no food at the Halloween party? Because everyone was a goblin.
That's a terrible dad joke. Thanks for that donation, Godzilla Rules. So yeah, these women can do fucked up shit, trick you into getting them pregnant, and then it's totally up to them as to whether or not they want kids. But if a dude tries to, you know, convince a girl to get an abortion because he doesn't want to be a father, oh, fucking terrible, But yeah, like, chicks can fucking choose whether or not to keep kids just fine. But yeah, and force a guy to be a father, right?
Upset that their child was aborted, that, you know, do have a lot of guilt surrounding it. And so I think that that is a bit of a black and white comment. This next comment did not pull any punches, and they were responding to another tweet and said, a large percentage of women get abortions because their husbands or partner is either pressuring them to get an abortion or threatening to abandon them if they don't. America and our world has a father.
Women get abortions because they choose to get fucking abortions. Like, again, yeah, put the responsibility on the fucking dudes because, again, women are supposed to be these fragile fucking retards who can't make decisions on their own. Like, it's not the man's fault, okay? Why are we looking at it from the perspective of, the man's pressuring them, oh, they're gonna be abandoned. Why don't you make your own fucking money then, bitch? Why the fuck did you shack up with this dude then? Why did you take the risk of having sex when you have no money, no fucking job, and you're gonna be reliant on another fucking person? Like, it's just so ridiculous. Yeah, fucking men fucking pressuring women to get abortions. Get a fucking job, bitch.
fatherhood crisis that has resulted in the death of millions of unborn babies. We need men to step up and be responsible fathers. Yes.
This is like my 5th donation. I love you, vegan gains. Please react, please react.
Let me take a look.
The reason why I eat meat is because it is a low vibrational food. First reason.
Anti-vegans are the bane of my existence. Thanks for the donation, though, Nuki. Very good point.
And speaking of irresponsible fathers, the day before this story came out, news started circulating that Justin Timberlake was, quote, concerned about the release of Britney's new memoir. Now, we obviously know why. Here's a tweet about that. Justin Timberlake is concerned about Britney Spears' memoir as the release date approaches. Multiple sources tell Page 6. Somebody commented and said, so this is why he was worried. They covered this up for 23 years. And allegedly, Jessica Biel, who is his current wife, did not even know about this situation, so his family life right now is being turned upside down. The entire thing is just such a sad mess. And I'm sure that this has been the root of some of Britney's struggles throughout the years, especially after she went on to have children of her own. The left loves to celebrate abortion.
Wait, let's back up here. Jesus. Do you see this fucking kid? Yeah, no shit she didn't want to fucking go through with a pregnancy. Look what fucking happened with the kid she had next. Like, what?
Children of her own. The left loves to celebrate abortion as an easy and an empowering decision for women, but they consistently fail to discuss the physical and psychiatric toll that it takes on the women who go through with it. Now, this book has not come out yet, so we do not know her full thoughts or regrets about this decision, but people online did their detective work very fast at this time, and they found something in Britney's discography that might give us a little more insight. One person said, oh, so Britney Spears' Every Time wasn't about Justin Timberlake, but it was about the baby. And then they posted the screenshot from her music video. Now, after seeing that visual of Britney standing in a hospital in front of a baby being born, I immediately started looking into this song, which was released back in 2003. Now, this song, called Every Time, was one of Britney's first meaningful songwriting credits, because she's not really a songwriter. She has said that openly. She doesn't really like writing her own songs, but this is one of the first that she actually wrote herself. She produced it herself right after she and Justin split in 2002. And for the last 2 decades, her fans have thought that this song was an apology to Justin Timberlake, but they never really understood the music video until now. Let's watch. You gonna watch this? Imagine watching this in 2003 with absolutely no context. You're like, why is Britney drowning? Why is she haunted?
Did you ever think you're a retard?
Well, I've had imposter syndrome, and I've questioned whether or not I'm retarded. Then I look at everybody else, and I'm like, nah, I can't be retarded. Thanks for the donation, though, Eric.
Is this relationship abusive? Why is there a baby being born? Like, it literally made no sense. Somebody commented and said, this is why it always sounded like a lullaby to me. And that had 52,000 likes. Another person said, and the fact that her videos, obviously I feel empathy for what she, and obviously, like this girl. See this?
Alright, yeah, abortion's murder, typical stupid bullshit, and she won't debate me on the topic still. Alright. Is there anything else we were watching? Yeah, let's just keep
Justify the
watching this.
losses that Russia's high command is currently sustaining. I will link these videos down below. Armored column after armored column in broad daylight, charging through open fields, being annihilated by mines and Ukrainian artillery. This is a death sentence for all of these Russian troops, and this has been going on for almost 10 days now. Failed assault.
I've left comments. She doesn't have an email, but I've tried to contact her for debate. She just has never responded.
After failed assaults, trying to make progress on the city of Avdiivka. And this video in particular is pretty fascinating. This is the one people have been focused on the last 2 days. But this vehicle on the front here is a mine-clearing vehicle, clearing a path for all of these armored vehicles. And it does...
Oh, yeah? Gross. Maya's a really gross, annoying dog.
Turn around in order to return back to its unit. But these armored vehicles were supposed to get close to this tree line, dismount their soldiers, and take the tree line. Turns into a turkey shoot. There's also a spectacular video, Russian TOS.
Richard, this is boring. Nothing to see here. Move on to the next video.
Well, if you send me videos to react to, I can react to them if you find this boring, but thanks for the donation, Darth Putin. Yeah, I know Putin is absolutely terrified of the attackums. Like, I think it's finally sunk in that he's screwed. What?
Take benzos. Today I took Xanax and then went to Walmart, stole a bunch of stuff, walked out cool as hell. I asked a bunch of chicks out at the park. Without benzos I'm just a loser dork. With them I can finally be who I want to be. Drugs are great, bro.
Yep, they are. If they allow you to function properly, they are pretty great. Thanks for the donation, Benzo Addiction.
This guy is a gippy guppy 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 gippy.
Well, thank you for that, Orange Kavanaugh. Appreciate it.
Thanks for the donation. Amphibious assaults. Putin left the Belt and Road Initiative in China, and the first place he went was the Southern District Command Office in Rostov-on-Don. This is the headquarters building that Prigozhin captured during his rebellion, but Putin met with Gerasimov in order to get an assessment of how the war is going. Putin is being told everything is going according to plan, according to Ukrainian intelligence. In an exclusive interview, Ukrainian intelligence spokesperson Yusuf said, "Anyone who told the Russian president the real situation on the front line would be sacked or worse." So what's that old saying, in the Soviet system? We know they're lying. They know to plan. This is a terrible plan. But this is how things function in Russia. You just keep lying about something until somehow it resolves itself or becomes true.
All right. Palestinian, what do you think of Hamas filmed in 2013?
What do you think of Hamas and their way of fighting?
شو رأيك في حماس وفي طريقة نضالهم؟ كلهم شعب فلسطيني واحد يعني شعب فلسطيني آراءات مختلفة وهدف.
But about their way.
بس طريقتهم في الكفاح في النضال.
Hold on.
Think you know something. Drangati, donated $2 saving gains. How are you? If you're looking for Dodo, he's at the bottom of the Canadian River. Well, that's too bad. Thanks for the donation, though, John Gotti. Appreciate it.
What do you think of Hamas and the way that they fight, or the way that they?
شو رأيك في حماس وطريقتهم في الصراع؟
مش كل شيء بتعمله حماس مظبوط.
Damn, she's cute. Dude, look at that nice, big, thick nose. Holy shit.
Hamas is good and not everything.
Are there a lot of fine-ass Palestinian women, or is she just exceptional?
Okay. You're in the middle?
In the middle way, yes.
Okay, so for example, because the person asks about the way, let's say, for example, suicide bombings and shooting rockets.
العمليات الانتحارية أنا ضدها أكيد.
Is against suicide bombing?
He's against and me against.
According to religion?
It's immoral. Immoral for us.
It's immoral.
To kill civilians is immoral.
Because me and you are Muslims.
شرعا حرام.
So they're against suicides, but the bombings themselves are fine.
الرسول لما كنا معارك ما كان يقول لك ما تقطعوش الشجرة اللي هي شجرة.
According to Islam, it's taboo, it's forbidden, and the Prophet used to warn the soldiers to not cut a tree.
ولا ولد صغير ولا شيء.
Or kill children. Or
Who warns the
Prophet?
Oh, the Prophet warns. Okay.
بس هعملها كل شيء بروح.
But Hamas don't care, they kill everybody. And he's against that.
Okay. What do you think of Hamas? And what do you think of their ways of fighting?
Okay, Hamas is a Palestinian organization. I'm not against Hamas, but I don't like their way of dealing with the situation. Because the Hamas organization.
Dodo Tellers, Richard, please help me. I was kidnapped by the mafia and beaten up. I have a busted lip, black eye, broken nose, broken femur, broken knee, busted head, scarred up chest, broken ribs, a bellyache, strep throat. Please help vegan gains, otherwise I won't be able to donate. Seems like you're okay enough to donate. Maybe just call an ambulance for right now. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
It should be a religious organization, and when they do a lot of killing through Palestinians and killing Israelis too, that's wrong. If they
Yeah, so this guy recognizes that Hamas kills Palestinians.
are believing in God and they want to follow the book, which is the Quran, and in the Quran and the Bible and the Torah, it says it's haram to kill people either ways. That's why.
What do you think of Hamas and the way they fight, the extreme ways they fight?
I don't like fighting. I love peace. And I hope so that they will go on peace and think for peace. I don't like Hamas.
What do you think of Hamas?
Hamas? It's Palestinian people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do they do good things?
Sometimes it's good and sometimes they are wrong.
Okay, do you think that the use of
Sometimes, huh? Yeah.
violence is a good thing or a bad thing that they use?
Sure.
Like using guns?
اسمع لما يستخدموا سلاح كويس ولا مش كويس؟ لا يستخدموا سلاح كويس ولا مش كويس والله.
الحين هم بيحموا
He said they protect Gaza Strip by the gun, but they don't like that idea. They shoot, because this doesn't make peace.
For example, when somebody they are attack your home or attack your children or attack your ground, what you are doing? Ask for you.
We don't talk about Hamas.
Oh, you're talking about me?
Yeah, the question. It is for example for Hamas, and for everybody, for Palestinian, not for Hamas only.
Okay. So you're saying Hamas does those things because Israel attacks their children?
Yeah, they are attack everything for Palestinian. They are take our water, our land. They are killed children, women, and everybody. They are killed animals.
Yeah, that happens because they shoot rockets.
And the Palestinian people who they are live in Gaza Strip, they are live like big prison. You understand? Big prison for Palestinian life, like big prison our life.
Okay.
Not in Gaza Strip, all the Palestine. For example, last time I visited Jerusalem in 1998. We must have permission from Israeli soldier to cross the checkpoint.
But
when we go to Israeli department to give him application for
For a permit.
For work,
Yeah.
they are, told me you are refused without any reason.
Okay.
Bro, the guy is a Hamas supporter. And then he wonders why at a checkpoint they don't let him through. I don't know if that was related, but I mean, there's gotta be, that has to happen at least, you know, some of the time, that they're denied at these checkpoints for that reason.
Okay. So, but in this case, the original question is Hamas. The reason that you're refused entry to go to Jerusalem, you're not allowed to go to Jerusalem, is because of the Hamas bombings. So why?
ولكن حماس هي السبب؟ No, my brother.
So why?
No. The problem in the Israeli soldier. In the Israeli government. Not in some Israeli people they have problem, but not all of them. Okay. But the big problem for Palestinian people and for the world is the Israeli government.
Okay. Now, okay, but the question is, in 1998, when you went to Jerusalem, did you need a permit then?
Yeah.
Okay. And before that, you didn't. When did you start needing a permit?
But when the Intifada started on 2000, it's more difficult the situation.
Okay.
Yeah. Because when I go, my age in 1998 is more or less like now. But we can go to Jerusalem easy.
When you're older or younger?
Younger.
When you're younger, it's easier to go to Jerusalem.
Yeah.
It's easier to get a permit.
Yeah, like 17 years or 16 years is normal.
Okay.
But it's for 22, 30.
Learn something, little bro, and get a girl with long hair.
Oh boy.
What's up, fellas?
How to text women. I think we might have seen this a while ago, but...
So today we're here to break down the text game. And I know a lot of you...
Is he still uploading? He is. Shit. He just shovels out bullcrap. Maybe we should catch up with his bullshit.
Guys been needing this text game and shit. I got a phone strategy video on YouTube, but this is a little bit different, and a lot of the young guys been asking me about the text game. I get that most women like to text now and really don't like to talk. I get that. That's the era we live in right now. We got a short attention span and shit like that. And it's easy for bitches to juggle 5 to 10 dudes. So for all you guys wondering like why women like to text and not talk on the phone, it's because so they can text back and forth between 10 fucking dudes. That's why a lot of you guys are running into that. All right.
Boomer. Yeah, boomer alert. Everybody prefers texting. It's just annoying having to call people. It's way more invasive.
I'm not okay, Richard. I have a broken nose, broken ribs, internal bleeding, fractured skull, dislocated shoulder, bruising to my arms, legs and torso, stab wounds. I'm bleeding from my eye sockets, have a ruptured spine, and broken spine. Help me or I can't donate.
Alright, Dodo. After the stream, I'll come and help you. Thanks for the donation, dude. Yeah, this guy's a boomer. Calling is just really annoying. You have to wait for somebody to answer. The person on the other end gets interrupted with this like annoying fucking noise. And then you have to actually chat somebody up rather than just, you know, respond in whatever pace or whatever way you want. Texting is just more convenient. That's why people are texting. It's not because women are juggling like 8 or 9 dudes. It's just that texting is more fucking convenient. This dude's a total boomer.
This shit is insidious. The picture misrepresents what's actually being reported. The UN quoted the Gaza Ministry of Housing saying 42% of housing has been destroyed by IDF. Or damaged. Lol.
Okay, let me take a look. The UN reports at least 42% of Gaza's housing units are damaged or destroyed. 1.4 million Gazans, or more than half of the territory's population. Source: United Nations. So this isn't from the UN. The UN is just quoting the Gaza ministry. So it's not an independent fucking report. Yeah, that is super misleading. Thanks for the donation though, Darth Putin. That's bullshit.
How bad is it to break up over text?
Depends. If you've been dating for, I don't know, like a few weeks, you don't really owe anybody anything. Few months, I think you should probably call the person. Few years, then obviously I think that's pretty bad. Thanks for the donation though, Anonymous. Appreciate it.
They can't talk to 10 different dudes, but they can text 10 different dudes. All right, that way they can get the attention from 10 guys at one fucking time. So guys, well, you know, the text is the gift and the curse. The gift is you ain't got to talk to those annoying ass bitches. All right, that's the kid. You ain't got to sit there and, you know, hear they fucking, you know, bullshit all the fucking day and shit like that. So that's the gift. The curse is you don't build up that rapport, and so you more liable to get a flake. All right, because she doesn't get a taste of your personality. So let's say hypothetically you met a girl at the club or at the fucking mall or whatever, right? And so, you know, the phone was to build up a little rapport to where she starts to like your personality. Guys, looks only mean so much to women, maybe like 30%. Personality maybe mean 30%. And, you know, what you doing with your life and shit like that probably means like 30% or whatever the case may be. So you can fraction each one of those in there, 33%, 33%, 33%. Finances, personality, looks, all right? And so with you being able to talk on
that is really weird to say that. As if all of those things are weighed equally.
phone, you able to use your personality. You can't use your personality through text. And you know, if you try to be funny through text, guys, I'm telling you, you don't know how somebody might interpret it. All right, so they might take it wrong. You might have meant it one way, but when shit gone through on text, it might come out another way to where you were saying something nasty or saying something, you know, that sounded vulgar. So please do not try.
No, that rarely ever happens. Like, you're probably an idiot if you think that is an actual possibility.
Try to be a joke man on the fucking.
Many headlines are saying it's being reported by the UN, and many don't mention in the article that they're even quoting the Gaza ministry. Ground news is how I found out low-key.
Ground news is really fucking good. Yeah, that's great that Ground News covered that. This has been happening so much, bro. Like, basically, Hamas-controlled agencies are making claims, and then mainstream media is just taking those claims at face value and reporting on it. And it's crazy that the UN did this. Like, I don't know if it's laziness or if it's some kind of cognitive bias. Thanks for the donation, Darth Putin.
Who's this guy? He looks like you.
He doesn't look anything like me, but thanks for the donation, Dominic.
Through text messages, alright? It's not the way to go. Now, I got my fucking notes because it ain't nowhere in the hell. Once I started talking and trying to break down each talking point and explain each talking point, I already know I was gonna forget where the fuck I was at. Alright, so whenever I do a video like this, that I know I got a lot of talking points to explain and shit like that, I make sure I get my notes because I know you guys take this shit serious. Alright, I'm pretty much the mouthpiece for all the guys around the world who take this shit serious. Alright, so the first thing you guys need to know is I categorize the women you text in two categories: high interest and low interest. All right, because you're gonna get two different reactions from each one of those groups. All right, guys. So first off the bat, the high interest girl, you take her out on Saturday or whatever the case may be, or let's say you got her number at the mall Saturday. She probably either text you that night or she gonna text you the next day. All right, she more than likely she gonna send an initial text.
Do you agree with open air prison? A lot of places have closed borders with their neighbors and it doesn't make it a prison, so I don't get where the term comes from. These people's biggest obstacle to peace is Hamas, not Israel.
So it is an open air prison. The reason it's an open air prison is because it's an extremely tiny portion of land, and the only way to get out is either through Egypt or through Israel. So it's not really its own independent nation where just the borders around it are restricted. It's a small, very, very small territory. You're basically talking about what is it? Isn't it smaller than like one of the islands in New York? And yeah, the only way out is either through Israel or Egypt. Usually Egypt has pretty strict borders as well. And all commercial goods, all food, water, electricity, everything is basically controlled by Israel, and nothing can go in or out without their control. So Palestinians don't even have really their own sovereignty there. So yeah, in that sense, at least, it's like an open air prison. It's very hard to get out of Gaza. Thanks for the donation, though, top tier bot. Enrique Rodriguez, donate tellers, do you ever go to failure on isolation exercises like bicep curls? Yes. Again, I'll go to failure on just about any exercise. It's just that when I do train to failure, it's sort of planned. When I start doing sets to failure, it's usually more towards the end of the meso. So like by the 4th, 5th, 6th week, that's when I'll start going to failure. Thanks for the donation, though, Enrique Rodriguez. Appreciate it.
Text, the real high interest girl, all right? Not all the way, not all the times, all right? But if her interest is crazy high, it's more than likely she sent an initial text.
React headphone warning lol lol lol.
Today we're gonna be reacting to someone reacted to someone reacted to someone reacted to some unpopular opinions. Let's see what we got for today. Hi guys, what's up? Today we're gonna be reacting to someone reacted to someone reacting to some unpopular opinions. Sounds good. Let's see what we got for today. Let's see. Hi guys. Yo, what's up, G? What's up? To someone reacted to some unpopular opinions. Alright, that sounds good. Got for today. Let's see. Hi guys. Oh, what's up, my guy? Reacted to some unpopular opinions. Alright, sounds good. Opinion we got for today. Let's see. Is it just me, or does this guy look like the baby?
That is terrible. Thanks for the donation, Nuki.
And the thing with this is, guys, that first text, you want to respond to it 3 to 4 hours. Now, here.
Play stupid games and you get stupid people. I don't know why you'd play dumb text games like this. If you like a girl, just respond to the text or text her yourself. Like, if you don't show interest, do you think she's going to show interest, or like you just end up playing these stupid fucking games? If you show, just be forthcoming with how you feel. If you really like a girl, then act enthusiastic about the relationship, and if she doesn't reciprocate, then maybe she's not for you.
Here's the thing, guys. I've been saying this for the longest. I don't want you sitting at the house playing video.
Nighty night, Jesus Christ. Sweet dreams.
Games, looking at your fucking phone, talking about something. AMS said text this bitch back in 3 to 4 hours. I tell you guys to be on your purpose, be dating other women, have a social life for abundance. So I want you to thoroughly be busy, really be busy. I don't want you to be bullshitting, all right? This is the thing where I tell you guys. I want you guys to live a social life of abundance, be on your fucking purpose.
So make yourself busy so that when you don't text somebody back right away, you have a legitimate excuse. Got it. Imagine centering your life around how to text somebody. Deciding to make sure you're busy so that you actually have a real excuse not to text somebody back.
Purpose, date other women, all right? It's more than just being on your purpose. I want you dating other women. I want you enjoying time with your friends. I want you fucking busy. I want all my guys out the fucking house feeling sorry for themselves and outside fucking these hoes to sleep and on a purpose. All right, I want you guys genuine, high value males, which means that you have a very busy schedule. And obviously, if I'm on a date with another girl, I'm not about to stop doing what I'm doing to take some girl I met 2 days ago back. All right, she'll have to just wait till the date over. All right, I'm on a fucking date right now. All right, and another reason why, guys, you don't want to be stopping what you're doing to respond to people texts and shit like this, because let's say hypothetically you out with a girl and she see that you responding to text on a date with her. Well, when she texts you, she probably gonna be wondering like, well, what the fuck take you 3-4 hours to respond to my text? It seems like you have no problem stop doing what you doing to respond to text. All right, guys, so understand that the streets is always watching. When you're on a date with a girl and then you go to responding to text right away, but you take 3-4 hours to respond to my text, okay? So she already know you full of shit, all right? Because you do stop what you're doing and respond to text, all right? So never respond to text while you're on a date, guys. You want a woman to know that when you doing something else, that's what you doing. And she just gonna have to wait, all right? That's the thing with that. So,
like, what if it's an emergency or something? Like, what if a family member died? Like, why play these games? It's just so stupid.
A woman with high interest, he initiate contact, things like this. This is what a lot of guys mess up after you.
All right, this is a dumb video. Number 1 ingredient to seduction.
Oh, and let me say this, guys. I really
Jalen donators, are Brooke Holdner smoothies a good idea? I don't know what the hell those are. Is an 8-cup smoothie at once too much? I have no idea. 8 cups of anything sounds like too much for your stomach to hold, so probably. 8 cups is a whole heck of a lot, but I don't know what a Brooke Holdner smoothie is. Thanks for the donation though, Jalen. Mohammed Hamza donated $2. My uncle is an architect and he lives in Saudi Arabia, and he told me he believes a few thousand, not millions of Jews died in the Holocaust. Yeah, my dad said he doesn't give a shit about the Holocaust. I can guarantee you that's probably a very common belief in the Arab world.
Excuse me, can I get that poster back? Huh? Can I get that poster back?
Why are you filming me?
Yeah, give me my poster back. Give me my poster back. Yeah. You proud of yourself?
Yes.
You are?
Yeah.
You know this is a kidnapped child? It's nothing to do with Israel and Palestine. It's a kidnapped child. Were you aware of that?
Am I aware of what?
You tore down a poster that was highlighting a kidnapped child.
I tore down this part. I didn't tear down the rest of it. I didn't see the rest
So
of it.
you are aware there's a kidnapped child?
No, I was not aware there was.
Wow, these people are pieces of shit. Dude, I really wish there were like combat laws where if you challenge somebody to like a duel or something, you can just do it in public. Because I really wish I could just beat the fuck out of these people. They really deserve it. Thanks for the donation though, Muhammad Hamza. They're just supporting fascism.
Ever noticed how most red pillars are black and most black pillars are white? Do you know why?
I have no idea why. There's probably some, like, unique things in the black community where they have, like, unique relationship issues that push them into making red pill content, and then I'm sure there's a lot of, you know, things in the white community that might push a lot more people into black pill content. So you might see like more incels in the white community, which makes them black pilled, and then you might see a lot more like, I don't know, crazy ratchety women in the black community that makes more dudes be black pilled, or sorry, red pilled. I have no idea though. Thanks for that donation, Black Pill.
Wish I characterized it at the beginning. But with women, I really wished I would have said seductive frame. All right? Masculine frame with everybody else, people that you're not trying to fuck, right? You don't want to have a seductive frame with your auntie or your goddamn boss, your male boss, right? So you don't want to have a seductive frame with them. You want to have a masculine frame with them, so they'll respect you and, you know, not take you for granted, your kindness for weakness and shit like that. But with women, seductive frame, where it keeps you the balance of being seductive, but keeps the respect level also. Okay, guys? So I just wanted to put that out there, let you guys know that with women that you're trying to sleep with.
Hello, this is ambulance. Got a call from someone named Dudu. We found him half dead by a river, but we decided to leave him there because he smells like shit and was wearing a Disney brand adult diaper. We took his last $3.
Alright, that explains a lot. Thanks for the donation, ambulance. Appreciate the donation.
It is more of a seductive frame, which encompasses masculine frame, but coming from a seductive mindset. Okay, guys? Okay. Number one, guys, you don't get tested as much. Your ass gonna get tested. Women are hardwired without even know they doing it. They just can't even fucking help it, right? They gotta test boundaries. They just got to see what they can get away with. I mean, it's just the way it is, guys. I think we do the shit too, right? Where we test boundaries with women to see how much power we can, you know, how submissive they gonna be. Like, okay, all right, you say, hey, fix my dinner, right? Just to see what kind of response. Just be like, hey, you know, ask me nicely. And you're like, okay, I know, you know, you find out the boundary, like, don't cross that boundary. Like, everybody does that. You do it with your coworkers, you do it with your boss. We all do it all day subconsciously without even thinking about it, just to see what lines, how far we can come up to what boundaries it is, right? So we all test boundaries with people all day. It's just the way it is, right? You test boundaries with the bartender, right? You might say some fly.
What is he talking about? Like, the video title is #1 ingredient to suggestion. Or seduction. I'm tired. Oh, man. But what is he talking about?
Shit out your mouth, and then she give you that look, and you're like, okay, don't play like that no more. So women are going to test. But what happens is when you have that seductive / masculine frame, you can keep it to a minimal. And I'm going to tell y'all guys why that's so imperative. You can't seduce a woman when she's constantly testing you. See, the seduction process doesn't stop until the fucking trolling stops. Okay? So when a woman is giving you one of these stupid ass tests she gives you, compliance tests. Oh, drink this wine right here. I don't drink wine. Come on, take a little sip. It's not going to kill you. Right? When a woman is giving you something like a compliance test or something like that, right? Can you really seduce a woman who is giving you a compliance test?
Would you enlist to support regime change in the Middle East? If not, what would it take? What line would have to be crossed?
Enlist? I'm not interested in enlisting in the military. I have other interests. Like, I'm sure there are world events that would happen that would push me to actually enlist in something, but yeah, like, I have responsibilities here that just make it not worth it for me. But thanks for the donation, H-Cult.
Test. All right, guys. So the key is, the quicker you can kill the trolling or the testing, the faster you can get to the fucking.
This guy's videos are entirely pointless to watch. He says just nothing for the entire video. He has perfected the art of talking while saying nothing. I'm gonna need more nicotine. I'm gonna go get my nicotine lozenges and pop them like Skittles. Oh, I'll be right back. Hey, jackass. Oh my god. What are you doing, jackass? Your piss dog is on bed. Stupid anal gland stinky piss dog. And you got your pooty guy. You got the growly one. And you got Prismo. You got all of them on bed. Ugh. Alrighty. Ugh.
What's up, lovers? How are you doing today? Today, I'm talking to you about 5 things that women want from a man and they will never admit. Yes, bitches are confused. They are confused. What they tell you they want and what they actually really want in a relationship, in a boyfriend,
What's
are
going
2
on
different
here?
things. 2 different things. So today, we're gonna go over 5
going on
behaviors that women actually crave for. They love. They cannot get enough. But they will not tell you because it sounds crazy that they want that. It sounds crazy, but they want it. Often we are confused and we don't really know why we like someone or what we really want from them. For women, it's mostly based on personality because it's harder to fake a personality. I know often I tell you that women are confused, and it is true. They're not always here to give you a hard time. Sometimes they just don't know.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the John Bravo
In
video.
Gaza.
Thanks for reminding me. Let's take a look.
And those wounds or injuries that were found in his body the night Leo died. I remember making the video after I saw the news that he passed away. And shortly after I released my video, I was contacted by the Pattaya News, which gave me more information in the videos that I was making. Now, shortly after the death and those videos were made, I got closer to Lucy, who is Leo's late wife. And I worked with her and tried my best to help out in the investigation. I had correspondence with the FBI, and I did my best to give any information that I possibly could to try to find out and piece together what happened that night. And there's been information known within the circle, but we haven't been able to talk about it or put the information out until now. And Lucy just made a video. You could watch it on her channel. It's a great video. And she went over so many of those details and on her thoughts of what she thought happened that night.
What I think happened is that someone came and attacked him, or multiple people, who knows. And Leo was somebody that would defend himself, and he was very strong. One of his punches will hurt someone very bad. Somebody probably came with an object because that's what I've done to get somebody like him. And
He probably can't fight at all. Like, just because he lifts doesn't mean he can fight.
the fight ended up in the bathroom. And I think he got hit in the head. And I think the internal brain injury that started make him weaker, and that the cyan closed the bathroom door, and that he tried to open it. And why do I think that? It's because of the door handle from the inside of the bathroom. That's broken. And I think he didn't have the strength and it just passed out and died behind the door. There was also something with the bathroom, the toilet in particular, that looked like there was bolts that were coming out, or like somebody had some tools. And this is what I found. I found a series of text messages between Tony and Leo. And Leo mentioned to Tony that there is a mold issue or some kind of issue with the bathroom, and asked Tony to send a plumber to fix it. I knew Leo very well. He would have never touched a tool from a mile away unless it was something big, and he was very scared of mold. So that could have been maybe he tried to do something with the toilet, but he would have not done anything further than that.
Now, let's talk about the crime scene before we get into the...
Okay, that's really fucking weird. Was he hiding something in the fucking toilet?
The other details. The crime scene itself, when it happened, we were all looking at the photos. Tony was at the scene. People were there stepping on everything, making a mess of everything. We're like, how does an investigation go on like this? Because of the tampering that could happen, or people are just walking all over the place. And unfortunately, it did cause issues in the investigation itself, because there was DNA found on the scene that wasn't Leo's. And unfortunately, the Thai officials didn't process that DNA information. And as to why, I'm going to get into that more in this video, and why I feel there's a problem from day one with the investigation there.
So the police actually got fingerprints from the place and DNA sample. They got fingerprints on the bathroom, and they got some other DNA. I've got the confirmation that they have found another DNA that was not like his. But as same for the fingerprints, no results, nothing came out of this. Meaning, they have not produced any report. They have not processed the evidence. We are 8 months from the time that they found his body, and those evidence have not been processed and analyzed. And we're talking here about the Thai police, which I do not trust to be throughout. I do not trust that they're biased, and I do trust that they're corrupted. And multiple evidence show...
Oh, I can guarantee you they're super corrupt.
Now, the autopsy. Everybody has been wondering what was the official cause of death, and there was problems with the translation from Thai to English. But I'm going to read this for you guys here. The actual cause of death of Leo. Cause of death, brain trauma due to blunt object impact, which means he was either hit on the head by something or an object, or maybe he fell, hit his head. But when you're looking at this autopsy, which I'm going to show on the screen again, there was external wounds on his body that don't look like he was hit by falling on the floor and knocking his head and dying. And those wounds or injuries that were found in his body were consistent with somebody who had gotten into a fight. And the problem, again, because the Thai officials took so long to process this autopsy. In fact, they didn't even do the autopsy until they were pressured by the FBI in the United States. And the problem was the body was decomposing. So some of the injuries, maybe more, that we can't even see, can't even be processed because of the decomposition. So we're going to take a look now at the toxicology report, which I'm going to also show on the screen. And if you notice, the only things that were in his body was the drugs that he was taking as medication, a tiny bit of alcohol, which would have had no effect on him, and THC from marijuana, because we knew he smoked marijuana. So when you're looking at that, now we clearly know he wasn't going through a manic episode that could have been influenced by drugs or alcohol. And piecing those things together, you only could come to one conclusion, that he was killed. And now the major problem with all of this is the Thai officials closed this case months ago. But it was reopened because Lucy actually reached out to the United States government and the FBI, and they pressured the Thai police and officials to reopen the case to investigate what happened. Now, saying all that, you wonder to yourself, who would have killed Leo? Because there's been so much speculation, like I never seen in my life, about what could have caused his death. And we know the story that Tony told us, because I interviewed him, and he told us the story about the Sharmuta, which is a call girl that was with Leo that night, and there was a conflict, there was an issue with her, and supposedly there was a physical altercation that night that he died. We know about that.
I mean, there's definitely screams that come from his room, but this is like next level screaming. This is like, I don't think this is okay screaming.
Yeah.
So I was pretty nervous about it, but like, you don't, Like, I don't want to disturb Leo's privacy during certain times. Like, certainly when he's with a girl, I don't want to, like...
Can you send me some of your cum so I can do an IV drip on myself to retain my youth a little longer, my lord?
Yeah, sure. As long as you pay me 50 PayPal buck, I can send you a vial of my cum. Thanks for the donation, Cat Daddy.
Interrupt, and I don't know what's going on, and so... But later she comes out to my room to talk to my girl when she's done in his room, and she's crying, and she's holding her neck like she can't breathe, and just kind of a mess. And I knew what happened, but I had my girl talk to her and then explain to me what happened, and I said, okay, we need to calm this down right now before someone calls the police.
Lucy got his phone and his laptop and the last photos.
So he choked a prostitute before he got murdered. He got fucking murdered by a pimp or something.
That were in Leo's phone were sexual pictures of Leo and that call girl. And they were taken at 3:52 a.m. that night. Those were almost the last pictures in his phone. Because shortly after that, 3 hours actually after that, 6:02 a.m., there was a short.
I tried joining the US Air Force, but they didn't let me, inciting my extremist white nationalist social media history. Isn't that fucking bullshit? I guess I'm just too based for those jerks to handle.
Yeah, either that or you're a crazy wacko moron. Not sure, though. Thanks for the donation, Turbo Black Pill.
Video, 2-second video taken, and a picture, like, when you put your finger on the phone, a picture taken at 6:02 a.m.
The last image, it's a bizarre image. It's like a blackout, and it's followed by a video that's like 2 seconds with no sound, and it's all pitch black, which was taken at 6:02 a.m.
But those were the last photos that were taken in Leo's phone. So we know the last moments he was alive. They were around the time after the Sharmuta left his house or his apartment where he was staying with Tony. Lucy mentions in her video that she worked at a place that was owned by a person who owns the Pattaya News.
Interestingly, and I don't know if I'm making connection where there is none, but you can think by yourself and make your own conclusion. But the same girl that was seen by Leo, and keep in mind that she was the friend of the girl Tony was seeing. She worked for one of those Thai bar, and the individual owning that bar is the same individual that owns Pattaya News, which was the first article that I found regarding Leo's passing.
Now, shortly after I made the video on Leo's passing, like I was saying earlier, I worked with the Pattaya News. Why? Because they reached out to me. The owner of Pattaya News reached out to me, giving me information on the case, and we were going back and forth, and we were in contact with each other for months after. And what I'm going to say on that, maybe he has information that can help find out what happened to Leo. So I'm urging him to work with the FBI and work with the Thai officials, because maybe he has information, because that girl worked for him in one of his bars that he owns. And I think if Lucy never got in touch, because she got in touch with a senator in California that put pressure on the Thai officials, I think if she never got in touch with them, we would have never known or even gotten any of the information we've even gotten on the case itself. Now, I know a lot of you, you say, Leo, his character, the person that he showed he was, didn't seem like such a pleasant person.
He choked a fucking prostitute. Like, yeah, the guy's a fucking asshole. He was also insanely abusive to his like baby mama too. That girl. Holy crap, the court documents that went through his text messages, that was some of the most insane shit I've ever seen. So, yeah, he probably got into a really bad fight with this prostitute, choked her, and then, like, her pimp or something killed him. That has to be what happened. And the Thai police probably don't care because it's their reasoning is this fucking loser paid for a prostitute, choked her, then he got killed, who cares? That's probably why they just aren't showing much of an interest in this.
And what happened that night with the call girl, he probably met his fate. And why does it matter how he died? And my feelings towards that is all of us in life, especially Leo, he was in his early 30s. We all deserve a second.
Yeah, Leo and brevity. It's funny how he died so young and he called himself Leo and longevity.
Chance in life to become a better person. Go and think about yourself in your younger days. And if you're trying to become a better person, you learn from the mistakes you made in the past and it helps you become better every day. And you had a second chance to do that. Leo being killed and dying the way he did is never going to get that chance in life. And I know that
Good, the guy was a carnist piece of crap who abused women. Good riddance.
2 weeks before he died, he tried to reach out to Lucy. They wanted to get back together. And it seemed he was...
The guy's abusive. No, he abuses women and he's a carnist, so good riddance.
Maybe taking steps in life to become that better person. But him being gone, he's never going to get that chance.
Good.
And seeing somebody die so young, the way he did in Thailand, and the way it's been all over the internet, his pictures of his death, everything about this whole thing. You never want to see somebody die like that.
Ew, gross, baby.
Hamas officials say at least 700 people have been killed in the last 24 hours. It means, according to those officials, that the total number killed in this war is now more than 5,700, including more than 2,300 children. Our special correspondent Fergal Keane, who's in Jerusalem, has been working with teams on the ground in Gaza to file this report. Some of the footage is hard to watch and a warning that it is distressing from the very beginning.
What war would take away, they race to save. The young life of Yazan al-Aidi. The adult hand.
Yep, again, let's not blame Hamas for this. Let's blame Israel, even though Hamas is the one who conducted the attack. They're the ones who use civilians as human shields.
On the child's heart, it could not save him. This boy did survive the airstrikes doctors at Al Nasser Hospital say killed 166 people. The little boy asks if his family is okay. Of the nearly 6,000 said by Gaza health authorities to have been killed so far, around 40% are reported to be children. Sharif al-Akras came with his wounded son. To our camera he asked, were the children the enemies? The ones who'd kidnapped and killed?
Oh, yeah, there we go. Everyone has, like, fucking brain rot when it comes to this issue. Blame Hamas. They're the ones using human shields. They're the ones who started this. They're the ones who put, you know, military targets in civilian areas deliberately. So, fuck right off.
There are the other wounds. What war does to the spirit of a child. Salma is 9. Dima Al-Hamdani mourning her parents and 7 siblings. Another daughter of the Al-Hamdani family. And a son. Older wars watch their young inherit desolation. Israel says it's only targeting the men who brought terror to its people. The UN leadership has condemned Israeli bombing of southern Gaza and accused Hamas of using civilians as human shields. Death can come from the air at any time. This was
Hamas can surrender, but they're not going to do that, are they?
Khan Yunis in the south of the Gaza Strip at 12:30 today, filmed by a BBC journalist. The war has displaced 1.4 million. In the tented camp of Khan Yunis, cleanliness part of the struggle to preserve dignity.
At night it's cold, and there aren't
Ew,
enough
gross,
blankets.
baby.
We are
Lost.
Says that because of Israeli restrictions on aid, it
Ew,
will run
gross,
out of
more
fuel
babies.
tomorrow. Israel disputes the lack
Dude.
of fuel. The BBC's Gaza reporter Rushdie Abu Alouf reports now from a hospital in
without
fuel,
all of non-essential operation, and they are only treating people with life-saving injury.
Reporting there from Gaza. Well, Jeremy Bowen is with me. Jeremy, as we heard earlier, the UN at pains to be even-handed in criticising both sides, Israel and Hamas. But that doesn't make the Israeli government's life any easier.
I think it makes them really, really angry that they're getting any criticism at all. They are absolutely infuriated and totally reject any suggestion that there could be any equivalence in what's going on. Israelis are always very aware, Israeli politicians, generals, leaders, that when they start a military operation, if you like, 2 clocks start ticking. The first clock is how long they need to get to fulfill their military objectives, and in this case, they're talking about sometimes perhaps months, not weeks. The other clock is how long it takes before the United Nations.
It seems like college girls won't date me because I don't drink and commit crime. But the MILFs also won't date me because I'm too young and broke. It seems like if you aren't some bad boy these days you're just fucked. That or be 6 feet tall.
Well, maybe you should get a motorcycle and start being a bit of a rebel rouser. Thanks for the donation, Turbo Black Pill.
And their friends as well as their enemies demand a ceasefire. And I think that what's happening here is because so many people are being killed, that the worst, the largest number of Israelis killed in a single day in the history of their state. And since then, more than 5,000 Palestinians killed in Gaza in just a couple of weeks. I think because of that, that diplomatic clock has gone into hyperdrive. And so people in the UN are saying, we've got to have a ceasefire. There's got to be a way of getting humanitarian aid in safely, and people have to stop dying. The Israelis, on the other hand, are saying they have barely started. The ground operation hasn't started yet. Now, what normally happens, what is happening right now, is that the Americans cover their diplomatic backs, and also Britain's helping, the French are helping. French President Macron was here as well. But I think this pressure will continue to mount because of those scenes coming out of Gaza, and I think the Israelis will not be put off by that, though they are aware that
elderly people are much more repulsive than babies.
No, babies are worse than elderly people. Babies are way grosser. Thanks for that donation, though, Majin Buu.
That, if you like, the legitimacy of their operation will ultimately be affected by the numbers of people being killed. But don't forget, all the estimates are that if the Israeli army goes in on the ground to Gaza, and the Prime Minister, Mr. Netanyahu, was saying again today to soldiers that the next phase is coming and you will be the spearhead. if that happens, there will be many more Palestinian casualties. So I think there's going to be a lot.
Oh, dude, it's going to be hilarious. So all these people who are saying, oh, airstrikes are so horrible, go in with like ground forces and do like strategical strikes. And then they're going to see more Palestinians die, in a ground war versus using bombs. And then they're going to say, why are they doing that? Like, they can never do anything right, the IDF.
A lot more anger at the United Nations and other places, and I think the Americans are going to be protecting them, vetoing resolutions. They've already vetoed one that they see as detrimental to Israel's interests. But it's interesting that right from the outset, President Joe Biden has been saying, yes, Israel has the right to defend itself, but it has to do it within the framework of international humanitarian law. And tonight,
welcome to the NewsHour. Israel has intensified its bombing of Gaza again, launching 400 airstrikes today across the Palestinian territory.
The Gaza Health Ministry, run by Hamas, reports more than 700 people were killed, bringing the overall Palestinian death toll to 5,700. UNICEF says the number includes 2,300 children. Israel says 1,400 of its citizens were killed in the Hamas terror attack that ignited the war.
Meantime, 20 more trucks loaded with aid stood by in Egypt today, but none were allowed into Gaza. UN officials say they hope to make the crossing tomorrow.
But constant bombing and quickly dwindling necessities mean the humanitarian crisis in Gaza is growing worse almost by the hour. Nick Schifrin reports on what that means.
Did you ever have to leave a room where a baby was and start biting your tongue and punching a wall out of anger? Or anything like that?
Yes, I have. I've waited in hospital rooms before where I actually had to physically hurt myself to stay mentally, sane. I had to wait in the emergency room and a baby was there and I had to, squeeze my arms as hard as I could and bite my tongue just to tolerate, being next to a baby. Thanks for that donation, though, Fad Fudge.
Look at Kamzat's face here, what a fucking killer.
Let me take a look.
Jason Herzog. Kamzat Chimaev with that famed look in his eye. Trying to take out Jason Herzog.
Yeah, Kamzat is a pretty crazy fighter. I think he's really going to have to stop doing crazy weight cuts, though. It zaps his endurance. Thanks for the donation, though, Unicorn Jizz.
Means for those under fire in the war zone.
Today, Gaza is a land of endless loss.
Gross, baby. Ew.
There is no word for the parent who loses a child. This is Khan Yunis in southern Gaza this morning, the aftermath of what Palestinians call an Israeli airstrike on a residential building. Down the street, residents refuse to leave this site, and Abdullah Tesh refused to leave his daughter's body. A neighbor provided a final goodbye kiss.
Gross. What the fuck? Kissed a dead kid's feet?
I don't want to let her go. This is my daughter. I want as much time with her as I have before we bury her.
He embraces her all the way to Khan Yunis's Nasser hospital, even though she will never again embrace him back. Gaza's hospitals are also its morgues. Names are written on the body bags, including Miriam Izzat Sakala. The Sakalas say their loss is all-consuming. They're burying 50 members of their extended family.
I have lost all my family, my entire family, and the relatives that we hosted. We have lost them.
Israel says the strikes in Khan Yunis and all their strikes target Hamas terrorists who operate from within residential neighborhoods. Gaza today is defined by death and displacement. But as Muslim and Jewish religious texts teach, despite the darkness, whoever saves a soul, it's as if he's saved mankind. Rescue workers celebrated an airstrike survivor in the Nusrat refugee camp, but only for a moment. The apparent target here was a home right above the Dalal Mall.
Abu Dalal Mall was full of Palestinian civilians came to the mall
to buy their things, their food. Suddenly, the Israeli Air Force attacked the building and attacked Abu Dalal Mall.
In one of the stores, shoppers fled from an initial airstrike and then...
Jesus. Yeah, that is terrifying.
Door on the ground floor, shock survivor.
Israel and the West enabled the installation of Hamas, knowing they would react this way. Now Israel has the backing of the world as a victim so they can decimate Palestine in their Zionist agenda. Both sides are crazy religious nuts and I support neither.
No, they're not. Only one side is.
God, war sucks, man.
Yeah, it does. It is shitty. But again, this is all Hamas is doing. So you should be blaming Hamas for this, not Israel. Thanks for the nation that fires. Yeah, Resputus, Israel is not nearly as crazy, radical, and religious as Hamas. That's just total bullshit. I don't really support either side. I think they're both doing fucked up shit, but like if you weigh out who's doing more fucked up shit, it's Hamas.
I guess Trump was somewhat right about this network being known as fake news network lol.
Let me take a look. I searched the news on the latest Gaza death toll and came across the CNN story. Whoa, an aid group says 2,000 children died. It's not the Hamas-run health ministry, so I click on the link to the aid group, Save the Children, which in turn cites at DW News story, citing drumroll, the Hamas-run health ministry. So to recap, CNN avoided stating that the source was the Hamas MOH by burying it behind an aid group. This is journalistic malpractice and deliberate propaganda. Yeah, wow. You really have to fucking fact check these sources. I think more than any other like major world event, this really shows that you can't trust any single source. You really have to do your own research and track down original sources. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
Asked for the war to end.
This is indescribable. God is greater than these disbelievers. God is greater than Israel. God is greater than America.
No party to an armed conflict is above international humanitarian law.
2,500 miles away, the Security Council debated calls for a ceasefire. Secretary General Antonio Guterres.
I don't know why they're calling it a ceasefire. Ceasefires when both sides agree to stop, attacking. Only Israel would stop attacking, so it's not a ceasefire.
To ease epic suffering, make the delivery of aid easier and safer, and facilitate the release of hostages, I reiterate my appeal for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire.
Mr. Secretary General, in what world do you live?
Israeli Foreign Minister Eli Cohen called for Guterres to resign.
How you can agree to a ceasefire with someone who swore to kill and destroy your own existence? How?
Do you think we should raise taxes on people who have a lot of sex? We need some special tax category for these people. I fucking hate sex havers. Anything more than a few times a month and you need to be contributing more to your country.
Don't think I'm in favor of taxing people who have sex. Thanks for the donation, Turbo Black Pill. Appreciate it.
With no ceasefire in sight, the international focus is also on humanitarian aid. Today in Han Yunis, residents line up for single pieces of bread. President Biden said today aid wasn't arriving fast enough. Diop Ferris says he has no food, water, or electricity.
We're killing each other just for some bread. Think of us. Since this morning, children have not eaten. I swear no one has eaten. Think of us. Look at us and what's happening.
It is the grim reality of Gaza today that when stalked by hunger and death, Gazan children write their names on their skin so their bodies can be identified if buried under rubble. And after this deadly day, Gaza, its parents, and its kids are not all right. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Nick Schifrin.
Well, that's a pretty fucked situation. Hopefully, Israel does the ground invasion soon and just wipes Hamas from the fucking planet Earth. That'd be great.
Exactly, how could he betray his own people? How could he sell out like this?
Are you talking about one of the Israeli defense ministers, the guy who was against the ceasefire? Yeah, for sure. Totally agree. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dude, Russia looks like it sucks. Let's check up on the majority report. Trump explains why he's like Nelson Mandela.
Do we have Trump? This is a Mandela heavy show, right? So,
I have some Mandela here. This is from Long Walk to Freedom, and I think somebody might have missed the point. Like, I never said Mandela was pro-terrorism, despite them calling him a terrorist. This is from Chapter 45 of Long Walk to Freedom. In planning the direction and form that the MK would take, the MK was the ANC's sort of defense wing, we considered 4 types of violent activities: sabotage, guerrilla warfare, terrorism, and open revolution. For a small and fledgling army, open revolution was inconceivable. Terrorism inevitably reflected poorly on those who used it, undermining any public support it might otherwise garner. Guerrilla warfare was a possibility, but since the ANC had been reluctant to embrace violence at all, it made sense to start with a form of violence that inflicted the least harm against individual sabotage. Now, if you ask me what I would do if I was 18 and in Gaza, I like to think I would say, hey guys, Nelson Mandela in Chapter 45 says this about terrorism, right? Like, I like to think that, but it's like, what use does that imaginative
it's a privilege to be able to.
It's a thought experiment.
To have that experiment,
and even to do that thought experiment, I think.
News flash: Trump is no Nelson and he never will be.
Well, he is black and African, right? So he's kind of like Nelson Mandela. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Like, to inform it a little bit more, the people in Hamas.
Dodo Nutellers, I fucking hate you, Richard. Your channel sucks, and donating to you wasted all my time and money. I hate black people, especially vegan black people. Fuck you with your big dicks and noses. But my wife loves black, so she's cuckolding me and forcing my donations. Well, that's good to hear. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Us might say, like, oh yeah, we tried that later and they killed us. And all the people that, like...
Hypothetically speaking, if the Holocaust was alike, would Hamas be justified in their actions?
I have no idea what you're asking. If the Holocaust was alike, would Hamas be justified? Like, what are you... I don't know what you're asking. Thanks for that donation, though, Woolad. Maybe reword that or something?
You wanted to do that, are killed.
The March of Return.
Exactly.
In 2019 or 18,
it's still streaming.
2 months severance. Like, that's genuinely nothing. Like, I'm sorry. Like, yeah, like, it's money, obviously. But 2 months severance is so fucked up.
Matt completely recontextualizes this, explaining that Layton's position fell under at-will employment in California. This meant they were able to fire him at any time, for any reason, without severance. They felt bad, however, and contracted an employment.
It's video like these that remind me of why liberals are fucking crazy with supporting these scumbags.
Let me see.
To this Palestine protest in Astoria?
We're fighting for Palestinians' basic human rights, so Israel doesn't get to commit genocide.
So what do you think of the recent images that have been coming out from the region?
I think it's traumatizing, and I think it's disgusting that we have to tell people to care that there's genocide happening.
So why do you care about the Palestinians? Are you from Palestine or are you from the region?
Because I'm human, and I have emotions and empathy for people, that's why.
What about the situation that occurred in Israel a couple of weeks ago? What's your thoughts on that?
What situation?
That initially started the conflict.
You mean Palestine defending themselves?
Yeah, your opinions on that.
I think everything Palestine does and everything Hamas does is justified. Palestine has a right to defend themselves, and that's it.
Wow. Yeah, what a piece of shit. These people, I think, should be charged with a hate crime if they openly support Hamas. Like, that is just crazy. Because you are implicitly stating that, I think it's more than implicit, but you are implicitly stating that we should be holocausting Jews. That's a position that Hamas has. They're Holocaust deniers, but they think Jews should be holocausted. It's so fucked. Thanks for the donation, though, Bend Over.
I need the exact date for the March for the Right of Return. There were peaceful demonstrations by Palestinian protesters, and there was a march. There were
Peaceful demonstration, peacefully protesting for Hamas to holocaust all the Jews. Yeah, I got it. Just like how the Nazi rallies were peaceful, right?
It was peaceful, and hundreds shot by Israeli snipers, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with the fucking current conflict in Gaza?
And, you know...
March 2018, thank you, Bradley.
Like, and I think, like, yeah, Sue Neumann, yeah, I think it's, the MK, like, did have civilian casualties, not, like, at this scale. And, like...
Bro, people think Israel is Nazi Germany committing Holocaust. The person was asking if basically Jews in the Holocaust could organize like Hamas and do wanton terrorism against German civilians and Nazis, etc.
Oh, okay, I understand the question. No. It would not have been ethical for Jews during the Holocaust to go and attack German civilians and, like, burn them alive. No, absolutely not. Especially if they're, like, you could maybe say if they are pro-Nazi. So, if they are, ideologically in favor of Nazis holocausting Jews, shit like that, you could consider them, you know, legitimate, you know, enemy combatants if they do actually support the regime. But randomly going to fucking civilians who may or may not support the regime, no, absolutely not. It's not okay to kill civilians like that. Thanks for the donation, though, Darth Putin.
Again, like, it was a conscious matter of trying to minimize that as for the purpose of what they're trying to do. And I'll say, like, I am, if you go back in time, my interest would not be, to the extent that, like, a civilian was killed in a sabotage attempt. I blame the apartheid government on that, too. I don't blame the MK.
214 Palestinians killed in that peaceful protest. Well, the allusion to Mandela was gonna be humorous, Matt.
Sorry, I had that.
We've been reading a lot of Mandela quotes today because it's applicable. It's important to understanding what he fought against with the apartheid regime in South Africa and what Palestinians deal with the apartheid regime of Israel. He was on the terrorist watch list in the United States until 2008, just to give you a sense of how hostile our institutions are to that kind of those kinds of calls for liberation. One of the greatest human beings I've probably ever shared a planet with, Nelson Mandela, breathed the same air as, and luckily we have somebody to carry the torch forward. The self-proclaimed Mandela of the United States here, speaking at a rally.
I thought you were going to say Rick Santorum, but anyway, go ahead.
Well, it's him, but here we go.
The people that challenge the results of the election, they don't go after the people that cheated. Those people are free. Those people have no problem. If you want to challenge the result of an election, they hound you. Look what happened this weekend with...
Why is he getting browner? Like, he's more brown. Like, he has to be putting on more makeup.
Good people. They hound them and they scare them but we don't get scared. We don't get scared. I'll tell you what, I don't mind being Nelson Mandela because I'm doing it for a reason. I'm doing it for a reason. Doing it for a reason. We got to save our country from these fascists, these lunatics that we're dealing with. They're horrible.
What a nut job.
I think this Jen clip is pretty great. Jen.
A big Lenny channel poopy butt, a big Lenny channel, 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 a big Lenny poopy butt.
Poopy butt, indeed. Oh, thanks for the donation to Big Lenny channel. Appreciate it.
This is fucking insane how these stupid young kids are brainwashed.
Let me see.
This happened in Berlin.
Free Palestine of German guilt.
What are they guilty of? Why do they feel guilty?
I don't know, like the Holocaust?
You are in the streets of Berlin, Germany, chanting that Germans shouldn't feel guilty about the Holocaust. Do you have any idea how fucking anti-Semitic you sound right now? 1,500 innocent people were raped and slaughtered and murdered and burned alive, and we all saw it. 200 innocent people were kidnapped and are being held there. I think we should have a conversation about peacekeeping and peace building and alternative ways of dealing with terrorism, but your entire argument is just Israel is evil, Israel shouldn't exist, and don't feel bad about the Holocaust anymore.
Yeah, the left wing is suffering from massive fucking brain rot. Well, this is why I'm politically unaffiliated. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. Base Trump donated $2 more. Base Trump for you. Let me see.
I've always supported the death penalty. I've always supported the death penalty. I don't even understand people that don't. We have to bring back the death penalty. They have to pay the ultimate price. Death penalty. Bring it forth.
Now they give the death penalty where they give a slight injection so that they don't have pain when the needle goes in to slowly put them to sleep. I mean, these people have to be treated.
Yeah, so that's not how the death penalty works. Lethal injections are incredibly painful. They can take hours, and oftentimes they're unsuccessful. One of the medications used makes your metabolism go crazy, and it makes you basically die from heat, so your brain just cooks until you die. It's horrifically painful. And another medication stops all your muscles from working. And what can happen is you might not be given enough, and then your lungs stop working and you slowly suffocate.
Very, very severely, and they're not treated severely.
Very much in favor of the death penalty, especially for terrorists and especially for people that, you know, killers that you see so many with the girls that are being killed and then they capture these guys. I am so for the death penalty. We will believe the right punishment, and we all do, for cop killers is called the death penalty. Remember the old days of deserter? What happened?
Do you agree with the Nordic prison system? I'm not familiar with it, so I'm not sure.
Bang. He deserted. You know, in the old days when we were a strong country, it would be boom, gone.
You know, spies in the old days used to be executed.
Bing, and it goes quickly, right? It's called, you're dead. Treason. It's treason. You don't even hear that word. It's treason. You know, in the old days.
But what he did is not treason, right?
Boom, firing squad. No, it's true. I love the Second Amendment. I love the Second Amendment. Somebody said the other day, well, he had some psychological problems. Well, you know, in the old days, bing, bong. When we were strong. The drug dealers, the drug pushers they're really doing damage. Some countries have a very, very tough penalty, the ultimate penalty. They don't have a big drug.
What's funny is he has supported the death penalty for drug dealers, and he pardoned a woman who was a drug dealer. So, like, nobody even knows what his real position is.
Drug problem in China. They have a thing called the death penalty. In China, if you're selling drugs, it's death. It's the death penalty. I said, Mr. President, do you have a drug problem? No, 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 we do not. I said, penalty.
With the death penalty.
Yeah, he's kind of obsessed with the death penalty. Weird.
Cenk Uygur of TYT, my former employer, went on Piers Morgan, and I found this to be, a really passionate plea. And when I first started getting interested in politics when I was a teenager, Cenk's coverage of Israel-Palestine is really what changed my perspective on that issue. He's always been very strong on this, despite some of the differences that I've had with some of his takes recently. This is a very strong kind of moral case that he makes and on Piers Morgan.
I like that Morgan gets like Cenk Uygur uncensored. Like, is he usually censored?
Yeah, right. It's hilarious. And Cenk does not hold back. And Hassan did a great job on Friday. We never ended up getting to play that. Maybe we'll get to it tomorrow or something like that. I know.
They think Hassan did a good job in the Piers Morgan debate. Are you fucking kidding me?
It's a little bit behind the times, but this part where Cenk talks about how Americans and some people and people in the West, white people who are very comfortable, not just white people, but people in the West who are comfortable and don't have an understanding of what it is like to be bombed. What?
Yeah, by the way, this is coming from the woman who spread misinformation about a hospital bombing. So, yeah, speaking of. Wanky Wanker donated $2. Have you seen this? Let me see.
Chris Carr, Seymour, Illinois.
Freddie! Freddie! Fred! I think I see him. He's right over here. Come on, pig! Piggy! Come on, piggy!
These are some of the worst noises I've ever heard anybody make.
Grew up in this city, but I do today.
Here's an incredibly rare-based moment from Fox News regarding Israel-Hamas conflict.
Let me take a look, bend over.
Israelis get 24-hour notice? Did the Israelis have the opportunity to defend themselves and to move out? The truth is, Hamas is telling them not to move. No other Arab country is interested in taking the Palestinians. And the amazing part of it is, Hamas should have had them out Saturday night. After Hamas did the attack on Israel, they should have said, you know what? Israel is going to hit back. Let's take care of our people. But this is the whole point. The Palestinians are nothing more than a pawn in the game that Hamas and Iran are playing. And, you know, Egypt ruled Gaza from 48 to 67. And then when Israel took Gaza over in 2005, they said to the Palestinians, you can have Gaza back. And they elected Hamas. They elected Hamas in 2006 and 2007. Hamas was not interested in defending or taking care of these people, and nor do any of the Arab countries other than want them. Egypt doesn't want to let them out either. Egypt doesn't want them in their country. So now we have a delay. Biden wants us to delay, wants Israel to delay. What does this do? It's worse for the hostages. Hamas gets the benefit. It plays right into their hands. And, you know, we're in a situation that's almost no win now because the world is going to come in and say, you know, we're farther away from this. Everybody remain calm.
Yeah, totally. That is a very rare base take from Fox News. Dude, it's crazy the flip-flop of now left-wing media is fucking deranged and retarded and supporting fake news. And now a lot of the accurate information is coming from fucking Fox News. It's just nuts. Thanks for the donation though, Ben. You know, I'm pretty sure this would scare a pig away.
Champion this year is Kyle Barton.
Dave Chappelle's view.
That is pretty fucking cringe, dude.
What that does to someone's body versus a shooting or a fire or, I mean, other things that we would be more familiar with. I mean, we have mass shootings regularly in this country, and I think the general population understands what that looks like. But do they understand what it is like to be bombed? And Jank makes this point, which I think is really key on Piers Morgan.
Yes, you need to get those hostages out. So now let's look at I'm going to suggest what to actually do. I'm going to be constructive. But first, let's look at the unconstructive solution that Israel had. Dropping bombs on residential buildings. 50 ambulances have been.
Yeah, again, those were military targets.
Hit. 10 out of 25 hospitals don't operate anymore. The incubators are about to run out of energy. There's 45 babies that might die today. The parents, I just read on CNN, are writing the names of the kids on their calves, on their legs, so that if they are killed in a bombing and they're mutilated, they could find their bodies. Imagine writing the name of your child on their legs so that you could find them in the rubble after Israel or any government drops a bomb on them. And I need the West.
Pro-Palestine rallies in a nutshell.
Let me take a look.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Are you also into killing Jews? That's awesome. What? No. Hey, don't be ashamed. We're all tired of them. I just said it because it's a different way of saying free Palestine. No, girl, what it actually means is an ethnic cleansing of all the Jews in Israel. What? Why? So Palestine can spread all over the Israeli land and become the 57th Islamic State. So exciting, right? Wait a minute, are you all here because you want to kill Jews? Oh, no, not only the Jews. We will start with them and then we get to the rest. Who are the rest? I guess gays will be next, but anything Western really. But wait, I'm gay. Oh, okay, I'm gonna go. From the...
Well, somebody discovered that recently. Somebody was at a pro-Palestine rally and they had a gay pride flag and they got attacked. By Muslims, of course. So yeah, people are discovering that. That's fucking based. Thanks for the donation, Bendover.
Sometimes Alex is wrong and sometimes Alex is right. We just need to put him in charge of IDF for a few weeks. I love you, bro. Vegan for almost 7 years now, thanks to you.
Alright, let me take a look. I don't know if I'd say sometimes he's right. I'd say on rare occasions. Alex Jones and how the flatten Gaza, I would use Moab carpet bombing in lanes.
I would use Moab carpet bombing in lanes and basically just destroy it inch by inch, driving down 200 feet, taking out those tunnels. They just have to simply make everybody evacuate and then level at least northern Gaza. That's the only way to do this.
He might be right. Taking out tunnel systems is extremely difficult. Extremely difficult. So he might be right that that would be the only way to take out the terror tunnels. The only other way to do it, again, is to like have a do it with a ground invasion, wipe out any Hamas fighters hiding in these tunnels, and basically blow them up from the inside. That's the only other way I could imagine. Thanks for the donation, though. I'm a hacker.
To understand something, bombs kill people. And do you know how they kill people? They incinerate them alive.
No, they don't.
Or their heads explode. So what happened in Israel was a disaster and disgusting. But you have to be equally honest and equally outraged at the immorality of incinerating babies and grandmothers and aunts and uncles, which is what we're doing right now. America cannot keep sending aid for death and destruction. Enough of the occupation. End it today. End it today. It's monstrous. Okay, I'm going to get to
let
the
me ask you this.
solution.
I completely understand your passion and your anger. I completely get this. I, like you, want to see some resolution at the end of this horror that we're witnessing. How do you get rid of Hamas if you don't do it the way Israel are currently doing it? How do you actually eradicate what has become a nihilistic ISIS-style terror group who've quite deliberately, in my estimation, committed an outrage of such appalling scale that they knew that this would goad Israel into this kind of response. So why they did that, what is motivating it, who might be putting them up to it, who's helped them prepare for this, these are all questions we don't know the answers to yet. But it seems to me that Israel could, if it's not careful, be being lured into a massive trap here. And I hope that is not the case. But I'm curious, how do you get rid of Hamas if you don't do it the way Israel is currently doing it, albeit with horrific collateral damage in the face of thousands of innocent Palestinians being caught up in the bombing?
Yeah. So let me give you a short-term answer, long-term answer. And a lot of people are not going to like these, but these are realistic ways that you minimize civilian casualties. You do what America did with those.
You know, I'm like, he used the word minimize, so he's accepting some amount of civilian casualties. So if he's fine with some amount of civilian casualties, like, how many civilian casualties are acceptable? It's a really weird statement to make when he's making it seem as though, like, no amount of civilian casualties are acceptable. So even with his, like, supposed ideal plan, he's still accepting civilian casualties. So, like, it's just weird what he's saying. It's not really consistent.
Osama bin Laden made. We didn't go drop a nuke on Pakistan.
Let's see. Oinky Wanker donated $2. Have you seen this? Let me take a look. I have not. That is a cute pig, though. Thanks for the donation, Oinky Wanker.
We didn't go destroy 6,000 residential buildings in the middle of Pakistan. We sent in special forces. Is it more dangerous to the special forces? Of course.
So I've said this before, finding one target that you wish to capture alive, that being Osama bin Laden, is a lot different than trying to eradicate a terrorist group with, you know, say around 40,000 members. So two very different things. I don't know how the fuck you can compare the two.
Are you still aggressively cutting weight? Looking like a lean, mean ass gaping machine.
So yeah, I've taken, I think this is almost 3 weeks off of dieting. I was starting the diet again, and I did 1 week, and I lost another 5 pounds. But then I got vaccinated, and the vaccine just gave me really bad flu-like symptoms and shit. So I've just been, again, chilling, not dieting, just eating as much as I want. I still can't eat much because my stomach has shrunk a lot, so I'm just maintaining weight right now. But tomorrow I'm going out to dinner with Tom, so the next day I'm probably going to start the diet again. But yeah, I'm staying lean, holding on to a lot of muscle, so thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
That's the point of special forces. Try to find the hostages. Does it look like Israel's trying to find the hostages? If I have a family member that's a hostage, I'm disgusted by what Netanyahu's doing now. How do you know they're not in the buildings you're dropping bombs
Sorry,
on?
we have seen a shift here with what the point is. Is the point to free hostages or is it to destroy Hamas? Those are
Israel never said their priority is to free the hostages. I think it's been clear from the beginning that their priority is to destroy Hamas and not free hostages. Like, realistically, they're as good as dead to begin with. So
contradictory, and you'll see a lot of frankly pro-Israel celebrities say you don't want the hostages. Well, actually, it's people like Ben Shapiro and the Israeli.
It's the IDF.
Yes, exactly.
The Times of Israel.
Yeah.
Let's read this quote again. This is about the reticence. The IDF is leaking stuff to the Times of Israel saying they're unhappy that the frickin' ground invasion is being delayed because of the hostages. The Times of Israel learned that 16 days after after 16 days of airstrikes, the IDF has told the government that it is fully prepared for a ground offensive in the Gaza Strip and believes it can achieve the goals set out for it, even at the risk of heavy casualties to soldiers and amid ongoing attacks by Hezbollah in the north. But the military fears that the government may not ever give the order to begin the ground offensive or postpone it for a lengthy period. Should the army need to move its focus to the northern front instead of Gaza, it is confident that it could pivot within just a few days. The IDF has already heavily bolstered the Lebanon border, but most forces remain near Gaza ahead of the expected ground offensive. I read too much, but regarding the 222 confirmed hostages held by Hamas and other terror groups in the Gaza Strip, the military has been preparing for the possibility of rescue operations amid the ground offensive, according to information seen by the Times of Israel. The army is concerned that further hostage releases by Hamas could lead the political leadership to delay a ground incursion or even halt it midway. On Friday night, Hamas released an American mother and daughter. According to some reports, this contributed to a postponement of the ground offensive in light of hopes that more could be freed. Because more could be freed. Because the more bombs that you drop in this incredibly highly concentrated area.
yeah, sure. So you're a fucking expert military strategist and an expert in hostage negotiation. Like, again, the whole point of using hostages is to gain leverage. You don't want them to have any leverage over you. So if you can free the hostages, that would be great. It looks like they've negotiated some fuel for hostages. But, like, the idea that you stop fucking attacking military targets when you're at war just because there's hostages, probably not a great strategy. Because if you do that, well, then now they know they can make other threats. They can start torturing the fucking hostages and say, okay, well, we'll set them free and stop torturing them if you agree to this, if you agree to that.
2.4 million people live in a strip of land that's the size of Detroit, which has 600,000 people in it. Do you think that the hostages are safe in that situation? That's the point Jank's making.
Abdullah donated $2. Why does Israel's response to the Hamas attack need to be so proportionate? They are committing more rights violations, so they should be the state that should be getting pummeled. No, tell me you don't know, because atheists always say, I don't know. Okay, I'm not sure I exactly understand the question, but the response shouldn't be proportionate. Like, why would you expect a proportionate response? Like, what, on Pearl Harbor, something like 100 Americans died, and then America went to war with Japan, which caused, obviously, hundreds of thousands of fucking deaths. Like, you'd never expect a response to be proportionate. So, they're at war. They're attacking military targets. They want to completely wipe out Hamas, and we know Hamas tactics. They use people as human shields. So, yeah, the response can't be proportionate. Thanks for the donation, though, Abdullah.
Making here.
Yeah. So, you know, the IDF doesn't want them safe. They want to see them added to the death toll.
They are champing at.
That is so disingenuous. Right. That's why they delayed the ground invasion, right? That's why a few hostages have been freed, because they want to add hostages to the death toll. Super disingenuous take.
The bit for a ground invasion because they want to kill Palestinians. That's what they want. And the hostages are secondary. If the Israeli government was principled in its stance and caring about the hostages, they would not have dropped more bombs in like an 8 or 9 day period than we did in an entire year of our first year in Afghanistan. Okay? They would not be doing that on that.
Afghanistan. Have you seen Afghanistan? Like, you can't compare these two territories. Why are they comparing it to other fucking wars that are completely different?
Small concentrated strip of land. Let's hear a little bit more of this. But like, and then
also, you want to defend yourself? Don't be settling. Don't be splitting your force because you got to go steal people's houses.
Yeah,
disgusting.
And then I mean, there's more the increased violence in the West Bank and on the Lebanon border is also incredibly concerning. But when
poor Lebanese, the anti-Semites who want to wipe out the Jews who support Hezbollah, right, and that are funded by Iran.
Piers calls them a nihilistic ISIS-style terror group.
It's IDF.
That is an IDF propaganda point. Now, this is the furthest.
Yeah, so Hamas, who have claimed they want to wipe out all Jews, that they love death more than you love life. They're not a nihilistic ISIS-style terror group. Majority Report has literally been a propaganda mouthpiece for Muslim terrorists.
Thing from a defense of Hamas. What Hamas did is atrocious.
No, I sorry, to be clear, I was saying the IDF is.
Yeah, what Hamas did was atrocious, but they're not that bad, right? Yeah, pay lip service to the idea of, being against Hamas, but then, support Hamas through this propaganda. Oh, they're not that bad. They're freedom fighters. They're not terrorists. They can't be compared to ISIS. They just want freedom for Palestine. Oh, they don't use human shields. They don't torture people. Right. They're such fucking disgusting liars, dude.
Terroristic. Like, we're seeing all these bombings near.
Right, but this is what they're trying to do. The baby story that came out right away that has not been confirmed at this point.
I haven't seen a 0 to 3-year-old confirmed death. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I'm going to look that up now.
We do not know at this point. It is fog of war, but Biden did have to backtrack on that statement, and I think that is a piece of evidence. It still could totally be possible, okay? But that imagery was meant to evoke ISIS in order to get countries like the United States.
They're no different than ISIS. Why is she fucking doing this cope? They're no different than ISIS. Donate $2. The silent victories of the Biden administration. Biden and Secretary of State Blinken have been successful building relations with Central Asian countries who have had close ties to Russia for decades. It's unheard of. Let me see.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken began his diplomatic tour of Central Asian countries from Kazakhstan. During a meeting with the Kazakh president, Blinken emphasized Washington's commitment to the independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity of Kazakhstan.
I reaffirmed the United States' unwavering support for Kazakhstan, like all nations, to freely determine its future, especially as we mark 1 year since Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in a failed attempt to deny its people that very freedom. We applaud Kazakhstan for continuing to host more than 200,000 Russian citizens who fled their country after President Putin launched his war. And I want to thank the people of Kazakhstan for generously providing food, clothing, medicine, other humanitarian supplies to Ukraine.
The meeting between the U.S. Secretary of State and the President of Kazakhstan took place amid information about Moscow's aggressive plans against Kazakhstan. The President thanked Washington for its support.
We have built a very good and reliable long-term partnership in so many strategically important areas like security, energy, trade and investment. So we are ready to have a...
That's pretty good. That's good to hear. Ural motorcycles are made in Kazakhstan now. Let me see. Fuck. Yeah, this is the new Ural motorcycle factory in Kazakhstan. So I got one of the last bikes that were made in Irbit, in the Ural Mountains in Russia.
To feel like Hamas is this international threat that is hell-bent on blowing up other Western democracies.
They are. What are you talking about? They absolutely are.
That it's about a larger spread of Islamic jihad as opposed to what Hamas
They openly state they want to spread Islamic jihad to the entire world.
is, which is an extremist group that has been funded and bolstered by Israel's own admission, by Israel.
That is a disingenuous take.
To represent a people that have been completely immiserated, have no resources, live in the largest open-air prison in the world, and they have quite specific stated goals of territory, and it's in relationship with Israel.
Yeah, from the rivers to the sea. What do you think that means, you fucking dumbass? They want to eradicate all fucking Jews. One of their short-term political goals is to eradicate all Jews and create a new Islamic State. What do you think they want to do after that, dipshit? They're Islamic jihadists.
Not this broad global jihad that they're trying to evoke with this. That is IDF propaganda to that degree. It doesn't do anything to minimize the atrocities that we're talking about here. And I'm like, when I think about what those hostages are going through right now and what those people at the music festival went through, it like breaks my heart in two.
Do you think this Israel-Hamas war is exposing all the partisan hacks? I feel it's exposing a lot of people on the left, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This whole situation is great for exposing dishonest, partisan hack propagandists. For sure. Thanks for the nation tool.
One of Majority Report's producer, that Reddit bro who keeps mentioning Mandela, compared Israel to Russia and thinks the total Palestinian deaths are all civilians right now cause he's citing total death number.
Just over 2 weeks, Israel's already slaughtered half the innocent civilians Russia has in Ukraine since the start of the invasion. Yeah, that's stupid. Obviously, a lot of them are going to be Islamic terrorists. Fucking stupid.
This is war. It is combat. It is bloody. It is ugly. And it's going to be messy. And innocent civilians are going to be hurt going forward. I wish I could tell you something different. I wish that that wasn't going to happen, but it is going to happen, and that doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it dismissible. It doesn't mean that we aren't going to still express concerns about that and do everything we can to help the Israelis do everything they can to minimize it. But
these people are so dumb. Imagine being that much of a bitch. Dodo Tillers, Blinken and Biden have also been meeting with and building relations with other Central Asian countries like Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan. They call it C5+1. This is a huge shift in policy towards the region.
It's an honor to be here with...
You know, I think we're really close to a world where, you know, large-scale conflicts are not going to really be a thing anymore. Once there's a regime change in Russia, a regime change in Iran, and a regime change in China, that could possibly, you know, be a world where we don't have these large-scale conflicts and we can have, you know, like, really good political and trade relations. But yeah, that's good to hear.
With you, our first presidential summit, all the presidents around this table, and the Secretary of State. I think this is a historic moment, building on years of close cooperation between Central Asia and the United States. A cooperation that's grounded in our shared commitment to sovereignty, independence, territorial integrity. These principles matter more than ever, in my view. And today, we're taking our cooperation to new heights. First, we are strengthening our counterterrorism cooperation, including increased U.S. security funding to Central Asia. Second, we're strengthening regional economic connectivity. For example, we're establishing a new business platform to complement our diplomatic engagement and better connect our private sectors for development purposes.
That might actually be good for Ural motorcycles. Because, yeah, again, they're made in Kazakhstan now. Might be way cheaper to import those bikes.
And we're also discussing the potential for a new critical minerals dialogue to strengthen our energy security and supply chains for years to come. And third, we're launching a new initiative on disability rights. And I want to thank you all for your fruitful conversation today, which has already taken place. And I look forward to working with all of you to do even more in the future. I'm genuinely looking forward to following up on this meeting because we are stronger.
All right, cool. Thanks for the nation, Dodo.
But we have to be precise here. And so the eradication thing, it's just another excuse for more bloodlust, but keep going.
How do you know they're not in the tunnels you're dropping bombs on? How do you know they're not in the hospitals you're dropping bombs on? So this, if you want
the main interest, again, isn't hostage rescue.
Hostages rescued, every rational human being can agree, this is not the way to do it.
You know what? Like, South American countries have dealt with hostage taking a shit ton. And, like, almost universally, the way they deal with hostage taking is to not negotiate with hostages. You treat them as good as dead. Like, Israel is doing what you'd expect of a country that has had to deal with hostage takers. You don't want to promote hostage taking by appeasing, like having appeasement approaches to hostages.
This is the way to do death and destruction for the sake of death and destruction. It's collective punishment.
If this is all death and destruction for the sake of death and destruction, why is Palestine or Gaza not a parking lot right now?
It's genocide against Palestinians, and the world has to speak out. So my way is not pleasant either. It involves a lot of folks dying on both.
So it's okay if the IDF kills people, but they have to kill people the way I'm okay with. It's a really bad, stupid position.
Jenk just fucking sucks. This joker is running for president. Who the fuck wants a whiny brown buffalo-looking bitch as president?
Yeah, good point. Thanks for the donation tool.
Both sides. I understand that. Those are super hard choices. But go find Hamas. Go find the hostages. Go rescue them instead of wantonly, indiscriminately killing after killing. And let's be honest, when you drop a bomb and a kid's head explodes and a grandmother is incinerated, that is terrorism. Killing
So it's terrorism if you drop a bomb on people, but it's not terrorism if you go in with ground forces and people get shot or killed with IEDs or killed with chemical weapons. That's not terrorism. Okay, got it.
Times as many civilians.
So he wants, like, just civilians to get shot and killed. He doesn't want them to get blown up. How stupid is Jank? Like, his position is not consistent. Dodo $8. Predict what he's going to say. Do you think you're going to be surprised or what? Let me see. They're brainwashing our kids. Okay, he's going to say there's an LGBTQ agenda. He's going to make stupid claims like they're trying to convince kids that about gender ideology, that they're brainwashing kids to think they're a different gender, and he's also going to promote the myth that kids are getting bottom surgery to remove their genitals. Can pretty much guarantee you that.
It seemed like he's crying, but it was, I don't know. It's
how to make sure that our children are against LGBT ideology.
Oh, yeah. You are allowed to talk about LGBT here in Malaysia. No problem. No restrictions.
Yeah, but this is going out to the world on YouTube. Yeah, cancel me. Okay, the only way I can address this is very, very simple. Islam is the haqq. Islam is the truth, and it's our standard of morality. What Allah says is halal and what is haram.
That's right. Islam's the truth. That's why whenever I debate it, he has to run and hide, and he can't come up with a single argument because it's the truth.
My children went to mixed schools. They didn't go to no Islamic schools. They went to normal state schools. But they knew their identity. And this is very, very important. I say to my kids, you're going to see people from all different religions, believe in all different things, but you're a Muslim. And know your identity. And people are going to do what people do, but it isn't you. So, mashallah, my daughters went to state schools, mixed schools, non-Muslim schools, and they knew their identity. They didn't get sucked into celebrating Christmas and birthdays and Halloween and Easter and all of these things, because they knew their position. So in the same way, this LGBTQ flex, it doesn't come in the same, it doesn't compute, if you like. It's something they do. Now, the reality of the LGBTQ in the world is even the non-Muslim is against this thing. It's not something that...
yeah, it's retarded, bigoted Christians who are also against it.
Is fully accepted, especially teaching children in schools. So, I mean, I don't know in what way... If you want to protect your children from this, teach your children. Because here, someone say to me, you indoctrinate your...
Yeah, that's right. Teach your children to hate gay people, and then hopefully they won't become gay. Great logic.
Kids, you indoctrinate your kids with Islam. You're a dictator. You indoctrinate your kids. I said, listen, mate, if I don't indoctrinate my kids, you are. Yeah? Someone's going to indoctrinate my kids, and it ain't going to be you. It's going to be me. And damn right I'm a dictator. Damn right I'm going to tell them what's right and what's wrong, and show them what's right and what's wrong. And the idea that this was something negative was surprising to me. So this is the reality. Indoctrinate your kids, because if you don't, someone else will fill that space. And that means as parents, you need to show them that Islam is true. And
so he's basically telling parents to make their kids hate gay and trans people and tell them that they need to be murdered because Islam is the truth. Yeah, I got it. He's a piece of crap.
Armchair General's fucks. Israel is going to invade an extremely dense area. It will be mines, fortified, filled with traps and hiding spots. Hamas has 310 miles of tunnels and at least 20,000 soldiers. They can't just go in without first bombing some things.
Yeah, I know. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Especially since there's been a huge delay on the invasion. Yeah, a lot of the area is gonna be mined and there's gonna be tons of booby traps. Like... Yeah, it's armchair generals. I've played Call of Duty, bro. I played Search and Destroy. You gotta, just go in tactically. Thanks for the donation, though, Dart.
As Hamas is terrorism. And it is the same if it is done by a government. Send in as many special forces you got. We should send in...
What's bizarre is he's against deaths. There's more projected civilian casualties with a ground invasion than with the bombings. So if he wants to reduce deaths as much as possible, then he should be in favor of the bombings rather than sending in ground forces. And secondly, again, if he has this, heuristic of civilians shouldn't die, then why is he saying, oh, well, I'm okay with some civilian casualties, but I'm not okay with some other civilian casualties? does he just, for whatever reason, have something against bombing as opposed to like shooting and killing people or using like small arms like rockets? Or is he only okay with like a certain amount of people being killed? Like, but again, if he's not okay with a certain amount of people being killed, but he is okay with killing, then he should be in favor of the bombings.
Whatever you got to actually do the job at hand instead of what Netanyahu is doing, which is to kill these people to what? Send a message. And think about how unrealistic that is. And
Sorry, I just want to add in there's folks who still want to act like this is asymmetric and we need to be balanced about this sort of thing. And I am not a supporter of Hamas and their strategy. But I will.
You're a majority reports Hamas supporters.
Bill's put out a Nelson Mandela quote. This is from The Long Walk to Freedom, in which, in another part of Long Walk to Freedom, Mandela talks about why the ANC avoided terrorism
Yeah, because Israel bombing military targets is the same thing as Nelson Mandela using sabotage as a form of civil protest.
Because it loses PR in addition to being morally difficult for the people carrying it out. It's not good.
Yeah, this is insane. So Majority Report is comparing thinks like Israel should just bomb non-occupied structures? What are they trying to say? This is so stupid. Like, they're fucking dumb as shit, bro. All right. So, it is about time to play some motherfucking video games again. We figured out what was the issue with the capture card. So everything should run smoothly now, and I'm just gonna go grab the PS5, and we'll start playing Spider-Man 2, and I'll try to stay mentally sane through the boring missions.